Welcome to the stream, dude. My desk is already full of cards, man. I already can barely move. Okay, scatters in chat. Welcome to the stream, everybody. Today's gonna be a chill one. How are you guys doing? Welcome, welcome. As we've talked about already, we're gonna be doing a little bit of a just chatting Q&A while I sort my collection kind of thing today, which is gonna be like, it's gonna be like 50% Q&A, 50% just me talking about certain memories that come up when I go through my cards, all that kind of stuff. It should be a fun one. So we're gonna be having some fun today. All right. I was gonna skip the warm up, but you guys had all the prediction and all that running already, I think. So I'm gonna do it. Let's just quickly do it. I think we have enough time. I don't mind going a little bit longer today if we need to. I don't know how long it's gonna take. Really have no idea. So if it takes longer than the usual 5 hours, then we'll be here for longer than 5 hours. So we'll see. Guess some cards first and then sort some cards. How does that sound? Mechanical chaser. Wait, what? Oh, it's one word. This looks like a crystal beast. Is this like amethyst cat, but like advanced? Yeah. Evil. I'm not very good with the evils. Oh, that might be Mega Curelia though. That might be the new one. If it's not that one, I have no idea. Okay, it's that one. Nice. Chavin, thank you for the sub. Appreciate that. Also, Kalalza, thank you for the 8 months. I don't think I know this one. It looks starey. Oh, there's so many. CL? Nope. I've been lied to. Rael. Oh my god, yes, I love Rael. This is the camel. From a pal camel lump. I think. No? Change? Change giraffe. Okay, that one. Mind Gaming, thank you for the gift sub. And Eknoid, thank you for the 2 months. I'll answer your question in a second. I don't know this one. Vendret Anima. Nairito, thank you for the 10 months. Ooh, Lightsworn? I think so. I can't tell which one yet. Oh, Genis, right? Yep. Why you look so sad? What is it? Is this Deep Dark Trap Hole, maybe? No. Rael, the Deep Grave. Oh. That's fitting. Zoma. Hurlement. Havness. Something Performapal related. It's not Popper Up, is it? I don't know which one this is. It's not Popper Up. It's Dramatic Theater. Okay. Oh, I know this. Oh god, this is super old. This is like the red spirit coming out of like the wall or flying through the desert. I don't know exactly. It's like a flip monster absorbing souls or something. Spell absorbing life? No. Asuan? Dude, I don't know. It's like it's Ancient Sanctuary, I'm pretty sure. I even know the set, but I don't know the name. Aswan? Yeah. Oh, it's Double Cyclone. Shiranui. 2014 technology. Yeah, if you know, you know. Oh, it's the transaction rollback target. Empowered. This one. Earthbound. There's there are some cards that have just appeared in Card Guesser too many times. That's Theos's. TJ Palooza, thank you for the 8 months. Please never go to 9. This is Mega Rock, I think. No. The Rock Lizard. What is this called? Phantom Beast? Oh, right, it is a Phantom Beast. That one. I knew it was something with rocks. I have no idea. Crystal Aegis. What is happening? I can't even tell what this is supposed to be. Oh, this guy. Abyssmander, right? Yeah, I couldn't tell what was going on. I know this one. I've seen this one. I don't know what it's called though. I'm mad because I've seen it. I know this guy. It's like a ninja. Was it a ninjutsu art? Oh, it's ninjutsu art of decoy. Okay. Evil twin, life twin. This is. It's not GG easy, is it? Channel or home? Channel. Another ninjutsu card. I don't know what this one is either. I'll just skip it. Mirage transformation. Lesser Fiend? Yeah. Erratic. Sutek. I have no idea what's going on here. ZW maybe? Yeah, I'm so bad with these. Oh, Agave. There's still 6 minutes left. Why is Agave showing up? Agave usually shows up when there's like a minute left, if you know what I mean. Oh, this is just Sogan. Sleepy, thank you for the 13 months. Congrats on getting top 4. Okay, something photon. I think. But I have no idea which one. Galaxy Brave wasn't even a photon. Good thing I didn't try. Oh, Arabesque. BES Bristol Core. Yeah. This is the arrow, the bow and the arrow. I don't know what it's called though. Silver bow? I could have just typed bow and arrow and I would have found it. Oh, this is the fire ant Ascator, right? Yeah. Molten zombie. Why are we so bad in points? This round didn't feel that bad. This is launcher. Maybe I just zoomed a little bit too much and only got 10 or 20 points whenever I got something. Phantom Knight Wings, right? I hate when I know what the card is, but it's just like, the problem is the exact spelling. Okay. Onu, Koji, no. Kuji, Onikuji. Please be that. No! Gift exchange. Mame Mami. Mami Maki. One of those. Last one, obviously. Why would it not be the last one? This could be Cyber's integrator. No. Oh, okay. Nope, that's definitely not integrator. That's wicked. That's like evil. Is it Evil Blast? I thought it was like Doom Queen something. Oh. Okay, that's a left leg, right? Because we're looking from the other side. The left leg. Okay, good. Lights worn barrier. Yep. This is the second best rollback ever printed. I know this one as well, but I have no idea what it's called. Sprocket. Sprocket. Time Eater with the weird spelling. Yes. Ice Edge. It's that bug thing. Or and, like explosion and or something. Self-destruct and. Yeah. Oh, it's the robot. The robot that prevents milling, right? That people hype during Tierlemans format. What was this called? Not super defense robot. It was like the Dimensional Fortress. Dimension Fortress weapon, that one. I don't know. Another ZS, dude. That's Chaos Form, right? Chaos Fork. Not the Chaos Fork. I hope they never release the Chaos Knife. No idea. Okay, well, honestly, the second half was kind of good. Which, because the first half was kind of bad, overall we ended up being kind of average. So here we are. Do this one real quick. Dude, another vanilla? Come on, man. We had a vanilla yesterday. It's not a dark. Let's do a mystical shine ball. Okay, it's a level 3 vanilla. Oh, man. It's a level 3 vanilla, but it's not that old. Most vanillas are from like 2002, 3, 4. This one is from at least 2005. Avion. It's not a warrior. Not a warrior. Hunter Dragon. Hunter Dragon has 1700 attack and is a dark, I'm pretty sure. Guys, there are hints on the screen, okay? It's not a dark, not a light, it's level 3. It has over 500 attack, less than 1500 attack, more than 500 defense, less than 1500 defense, and it's over 2004 and under 2015. It could be Psychroid, right? Ooh, okay. That was a good guess, though, but it was not Psychroid. It's level 3 Earth. That's good to know. It's normal. Well, obviously. It's less than 1,000 defense. It's little D. Wait. Wait, little D is 2013? Oh, God. It was not little D. Oh, come on, man. Oh, come on, man. I wanted it to be little D. Anyways, it's 2013. What other vanillas did they release in 2013? Come on, how was it not little D? Wolf? What do you mean, Wolf? Just Wolf? Wolf. It was Wolf. Oh, come on, man. Why is this? Oh, it's a legendary collection card. That's why. It might be one of those cards like this. I'm sure this has existed since like the very first days, but they never printed it. And then at some point they imported it in like some legendary collection. Okay. That's why it's 2013. Because if you had asked me which year this was, I would have said like 2002. But okay, well. Sag, not little D. My day is ruined. How could it not be little D? Man. All right. Okay. When using your code Josh10 at SmartGuards checkout, it says the voucher expired. Any idea why? No, it should not. I will message them about that. Thank you for telling me that. I will ask them about that and get back to you. But it's still running, so you should be able to use it. I'll let them know. Okay. Hi, I watched your talk on Heart of the Cast about different TCGs, and I was wondering if you knew about Altered. It has a cool mana system similar to... I do not know about Altered at all. Have never heard about it. But it does sound good. Well, anyways, before we answer any more questions, because that's the point of today's stream, and I already have those questions, but we talk about more things. Today, we're gonna be sorting my stuff because I've been noticing that when I've been building different decks for regionals recently, that my stuff is terribly unsorted. I'll show you in a second how I have it arranged currently. And maybe you can help me figure it out how I'm going to do it from here on out, because I'm not sure how I want to sort my stuff, because I have a lot of cards and it's starting to become a problem. Anyways, I had you guys submit questions to talk about, to have something to talk about during the stream, right? Because we usually focus on, you know, I don't know, playing Master Duel or doing other stuff, right? And so sometimes the questions that you guys have or post in chat don't get answered, and I wanted to make sure we can talk about all this sort of stuff today. So it's going to be a healthy mix. I hope. I haven't gone through all the questions yet, but I hope it's going to be like a healthy mix between, like, I don't know, talking about Yu-Gi-Oh questions, other, like, you know, talking about life, all that kind of good stuff. Just a chill time, you know. And in the meantime, we're gonna be, or I'm gonna be sorting my stuff. So how I have it set up currently. By the way, I'm using this mat today because I it's beautiful and I can't use it at tournaments anymore, so I put it here so that it at least gets some use. This mat is nice. I got it like a couple weeks ago as well, because you guys remember when Holon, the new sponsor of the channel, had that Pokemon Center thing where they had a lot of Pokemon Center stuff? I looked at it before I told you guys about it, and I saw this one, and I messaged him, and I was like, you know what, that's really nice, and they were kind enough to send me one, but now you can't use it at Euros anymore, so I'm gonna use it today. This is how I currently have sorted my collection, or like part of my collection. So this is the part that's technically fine, even though I'm not sure if I want to keep it like this. But yeah, so this is sorted, and then I threw everything that is everything else that I found in my room yesterday, I threw into this box. So this is all over the place. Yeah. The 80s called and they want their sorting system back. Dude, how are you gonna sort cards other than in boxes? What's 80s about that? What do you mean? Don't make me like don't bully my collection. Use binders, dude. Binders for you want me to put all these cards into binders? Are you insane? Binders are the worst possible solution for having a big collection. It takes you forever to find something, and if you take it out of the binder, there's a hole in it, and then you have to like always put it. It's dumb. Frame them. Yeah, I'm gonna get them all graded, and yeah, exactly. That's the best way to do it. Laminate. Yeah, I'm gonna laminate them. Anyways, without bullying my preferred method of storing my cards, okay? I'm gonna use these boxes. The only question is how I put the cards into the boxes. Use tins? Yeah, dude, tins. Look, tins, unironically, tins would be a good way of sorting or storing your cards if they for some reason didn't have the weirdest dimensions ever to fit Yu-Gi-Oh cards, because it's never like there's always room, no matter how you do it. Like if you put the cards in like this into a tin, there's room. Like this, there's room. If you put like it doesn't fit exactly like two, you have to like do this weird thing in it's weird. I don't think I'm gonna accidentally find anything. I have a pretty good understanding of what I own. The only thing that I don't know is where it is. You know what I mean? Like I'm not the kind of person to not know whether I have a card. Most of the time I'll know that I have a card, but then I just can't find it, and that's infuriating. Anyways, I kind of like my sorting system here. Let me explain my sorting system. Also, we're gonna sleeve some of the cards. I don't know if I have enough sleeves here, but we'll try to sleeve everything in like at least the hollows in just white sleeves. So how I've done it is I've sorted between, this is link monsters, right? Between these, I'm using these dividers. I have link monsters here. And within the link monsters, I've sorted from link 1 through link 6 is the highest singularity. So in ascending order, right? And then I have exceeds from 1 to 12. I have fusions from level upwards, and I have synchros level upwards, and then I have rituals on the left side, which I think is fine. That's fine. When I'm looking for a rank 4, I know exactly where to look. I like that system. It's just that there's a lot of cards over here in this other box that are not sorted into that yet. But I do like that one. I think I'm gonna keep that one. The only thing that I don't know is how many cards I have to put in this, because I've obviously acquired some new cards, so I don't know if it's all gonna fit into one row. Maybe we have to move the ritual somewhere else. In general, I want to point out a problem, because if you're looking at this is my full collection here, right? There's not that much space left, and if you look at the stuff that we are sorting into this box in theory today, something does not add up. Look, I have not studied logistics or anything, but something does not add up here, okay? That I'm not sure if this is happening. All right? I'm not sure if it's happening. I will say these 2 rows, the right 2 rows don't have to go into this, because this is all Edison stuff. This is like, I think for the most part, this is current stuff, and this is Edison stuff, which I'm probably going to get a separate box for Edison, or maybe I'll leave it in this box. But I think I have to expand. I think I have to empty this box and use the 2 boxes together for everything. And then I'll put the Edison stuff somewhere else. That's fine. Link to the playmat. Just go ! Haul on. I don't know if they still have it, because they had a thing this past month. I don't know if it's still running, where they put up a bunch of Pokemon Center stuff, like playmat and deck boxes and sleeves that are exclusive to the Pokemon Center stuff, and they were all 50% off. So I don't know if they have any left, but you can check. I don't know. Okay, so yes. And then the other task that we have is, I really hate the fact that all of this is either not sleeved or sleeved in different sleeves. So I have a couple extra packs of sleeves, the ones that I prefer to use, that we can just open and use for some of the holos. I'm not going to sleeve every single card, like commons and rares and such. I don't want to sleeve everything, but yeah. Okay. So basically, the way we're going to do it, we're going to go through everything. You guys, if you are interested, you can see basically my entire collection today. But we're going to do this, like I said, this box is basically already sorted, even though we have to do some sorting within the stuff, because I haven't finished actually. And then here, this was the extra deck stuff and rituals. And then the rest is obviously monster spell traps. And the way I've sorted those is the monsters I have divided by attribute. So this is darks, and then it's always the holos in the front with the sleeves, and then the commons and rares and some holos that I haven't sleeved in the back. So this is darks, this is light, and yes, I've put sphere mode into the light pile. I'm not making an extra pile and getting an extra divider for the 3 divine cards that I own. So sphere mode is a light monster. This is lights, this is water, this is wind, this is earth, this is fire. Yeah, and then this is normal spells, this is equip spells, this is ritual spells, this is quick spells, field spells, continuous spells, normal traps, continuous traps, counter traps. I think the sorting system is completely fine, actually. The more I think about it now, I think it's fine. It's just a matter of, I don't think if we sort these cards into this box, I don't think it's gonna all fit. So we'll have to come up with a solution for that. Just apply. Yeah, I'll probably have to like move the spells and traps into the new box or something, and then it's fine. I think, or like I'll move like the extra deck row to the new box, and then so on and so forth. Runics have their own box. No, the runics are in the quick plays, obviously. The only thing, unironically, the only annoying thing about my sorting system is that currently I don't like some decks are completely split across the entire thing. Like, I don't know, Vanquish Soul, for example, right, is like Vanquish Soul is like some are dark, some are fire, some are earth, so they're like all scattered across, right? But I don't want to sort by deck cores, because it's like I don't think sorting by deck cores is smart, because you very often you need like a card from a core in another deck or something like that. Like it's annoying. I don't like it by core. But because like if I'm building a Vanquish Soul deck, like, right, I can just I know where to look for the stuff still, right? I still know where to go. I just have to go through multiple piles to get it, but I think that's okay. The other annoying thing is that all my staples are in here too. So I very often, because I play cards like, I don't know, Triple Tactics Talents very often, or Hand Traps or whatever, right? I have to go look for them and then put them back in. So I'm thinking about putting staples somewhere else. Just like all the hand traps, all the board breakers and all that in a separate thingy, because those are the kind of cards that just go in and out of this box very frequently. So they are also the cards that are the most likely that I'll be too lazy to put them back in, right? And so they create a huge portion of the mess, and then it's also the cards that I'm looking for the most often, right? Like if I'm the amount of times in recent weeks that I wanted to play, like, I don't know, a Talents or a Thrust or whatever in my locals deck, and I had to go through basically this entire box to find it, and it wasn't in a box. It was all scattered around like my shelf, right? Is super annoying. So I think I'm gonna put staples somewhere else, just to have easier access to those. Yes. Okay. So that's basically, now you know what the premise for today's stream is. And what we're gonna do is a huge portion of it is also gonna be me talking about some of the cards that we go through, like, you know, stuff, memories related to it or whatever, fun stories. But also I have let you guys, in the last week, I started having you guys submit questions through a Google form for the stream. So anything you guys were interested in, Yu-Gi-Oh related, non-Yu-Gi-Oh related. We've got a fair amount of questions. Feel free to also ask questions in chat if there ever is room. We'll try to get through as many as we can. I also tried, I have them in like a Google form over here. I tried like cropping this and having it on stream, but that looked kind of shitty because it was basically just like this, but at the corner. It didn't look nice, so I'm just gonna read it out. I think that's fine. And so we have some stuff to talk about. Okay. So I think the first thing I'm gonna do is move this semi-sorted box to the side and take care of the cards in this box first. Just sort them into the categories that we're using over here, which is Exceed, like extra deck monsters, spells and traps. Sort them. Also unsleeve them or put them in the right sleeves. And then we'll go through this one together and sort them all in. All right. Okay. Cool. I'll just grab the first pile and we start with that. Should I stay in this one or should I go closer? This is too close, I feel like. Because I'm going to have multiple piles of stuff. Illegal game mat spotted? Yes, illegal game mat spotted. But not on my stream, it's a legal playmat. Okay. So let me grab some sleeves. Rocking the Master Dual mouse. Yeah, I got the Yu-Gi-Oh drip for my desk. I got the mouse pad and the mouse. What brand are you using for the sleeves? It's just the ones that I've been using all my life. I don't have, it's not like I've compared 10 different brands, but it's just this one's the ones I've always been using and I like them. The Hyper Matte. KMC Hyper Matte Mini White. It's just, I feel weird saying it's my favorite because I have not used others for the longest time. But yeah. Okay, Extra Deck Monster. I ordered this Jaugen like 2 weeks ago. Don't worry, I just put it in my order because I was ordering other cards. I don't have any plan. This is Edison. I'll put Edison in a separate pile, I think. Also, I'll let you know there's a fun little mini game that we play today, which is spot the cards that Josh has ordered because of random paleo copium. The first one is right here. There's gonna be a bunch of those random ass trap cards in here. Like literally, I think there should be. I don't know. I can't even remember all of the ones, but there's definitely Magical Hats is one of those. Because there's like 10,000 different trap cards that people have suggested of like you could play Gift Card, Hope for Escape, Paleozoics, and I was like, you know what? You know what? Just in case, I'll order it. And Gift Card is one of those. I don't have to sleeve Gift Card. I'll put all those. You know what? Those get their separate pile. Because I think that's funny. Oh, I also forgot about starting the Q&A thingy. I've just been starting sleeving without anything else. Exile, thank you for the prime. Appreciate that. What is Gift Card even gonna do in Paleo? Okay, so the idea was, okay, you've just hindered our progress by like 5 minutes, but that's okay. So the idea was you play like a really wacky Paleo list that relies on drawing more cards with Hope for Escape, which draws cards depending on the difference in life points, right? And then you play like a Gift Card to give them more life points and all that kind of stuff. And then because you play so many cards that could just go neg1, like Gift Card and such, you play like the Balance of Judgment type of thing that we did in Master Duel. It's super wacky. It's probably not gonna work. I don't know why I spent, this thing is €3, by the way, because it has one print. I don't know why I did that, but here I am. And then Ferret Flames is another one, because you go really low on life points with transaction rollback, and then you shuffle in your opponent's entire deck, entire field. Mod check WinCon? Don't worry about that. Don't worry about that. There it is. Oh, dude, I keep forgetting about the Q&A. Anyways, first question. The first question from the Q&A, we're never going to get through all 160 questions, is from Mewtwo. By the way, I noticed this after I opened the submissions. I put a text box for username because I wanted it to be optional. You guys could submit questions anonymously because I didn't care. Like if someone wanted to put their username, they could. If someone didn't want to, they didn't have to. But in theory, this was just an open text box, so anyone could. It's not a guarantee that these usernames are correct, because like a bunch of people put Farfa. I don't know if they're all Farfa questions, because it was just an open text box. I will see. Anyways, first question from Mewtwo0094 was, what made you begin with Yu-Gi-Oh! And why did you start playing it competitively? Why I started playing competitively, I couldn't really tell you. I can only really guess that I was always kind of a competitive person, and I really liked that about the game. The only thing that I could, like, I can definitely tell you why I started going, like, super, like, hardcore competitive, and why I started traveling to, like, every single event. And it's a very random reason, and it's something that I think no one can relate to. Because the actual reason why I started to go to like every single event is that I I qualified for Worlds basically on accident in 2012. Because like at that time I would only very rarely go to big tournaments, but I did go to the European Championship in 2012, and I got like I wasn't bad or anything. I was all right, but I wasn't like insane either. And so I just went with a couple of friends, and I qualified for Worlds, and I even got third place at Worlds, which was also completely unreasonable for how good I was at the time compared to some of the other players at Worlds. And that was kind of the thing where I started, like, that kind of just, I don't know, something like that just sucks you in, because you really want to go back and try again and all. Like this was kind of the thing that made me go really competitive, which is something that's, I know it's very unrelatable, because it's like I needed to get very lucky to do that, and not many people have that kind of story. But yeah. Yeah. Also, this is the Madolche cord that I ordered when they announced recent Madolche support. All right. Next question from Europa Boy. What would you bring along to a tournament for snacks and drinks and mid-round relaxation? I usually, nowadays, I usually prepare my own stuff when I go to tournaments. Back in the day, I didn't do that. But ever since I turned vegan, it's very unreliable whether I'm going to be able to get something at a tournament. So I just bring my stuff. Yeah. Dude, I have a separate pile for banned cards, but I think it's somewhere else. I'll just put Linkuriboh there. Sag. Like, usually there's stuff you can get at events. But what? I'll prepare. I'll do like I'll make like a lot of stuff myself, like energy balls and that kind of stuff. I don't know if you're familiar with that concept, but I do that a lot. Oh, that sort of stuff. Make sure to have enough water. That's the most important part. Fries are vegan. Yeah, I mean, sometimes you can get stuff at a tournament, but like fries are also not the most satisfying or healthy thing to get at a tournament. Spoopy friend, thank you for the tier 1, and Finitura, thank you for the prime. This is more of an Edison card, if anything. Okay. Cerulite asks, will you try Shadowverse 2 when it releases in a few months? I don't even know about, I've never played Shadowverse 1, so probably not. I'm like, in general, I'm, because people recently have asked about that, I'm not opposed to playing other games on stream as well, if I'm interested in them. This is not related to Shadowverse, but rather to someone suggested Slay the Spire. I think Raran talked about that on stream as well, and he said it was a cool game. So I thought about doing that at some point. It's just that, like, you know, obviously you would expect the best what's it called? The best viewership when you stream Yu-Gi-Oh, obviously. That does not mean I want to limit myself to only playing Yu-Gi-Oh. If I ever feel what's it called? If I ever feel I'd have to want it though. And personally, in terms of what I do in my free time and such, it doesn't involve a lot of other card games. The only other card game I play at the moment is Lorcana with my fiance a little bit. Because it's really hard to keep up with multiple card games on a competitive level. And I tend to be really competitive with card games. Other games I can play rather casually. I'll still try, but like I have the ability to play other games rather casually. Card games, I don't know what it is about card games. I just like tend to take them rather seriously. Any thoughts on Alestrals? I've seen Alestrals. But not much. Not much. But what I've seen, it didn't make me want to try it, basically. I've heard that some people really like it, which I think is cool. I personally saw, I think the extent of my information is like one trailer. And that is that did not make me want to try it. See, this is the kind of level of card where I'm not sure if I want to sleeve it, because I think that's going to take up a lot of space to sleeve every single super rare. I think I'm fine leaving it unsleeved. Oh, I haven't been we can sort staples out later. That's fine. Do you watch One Piece? I do watch One Piece at the moment, yes, but we are not even halfway through, which is still a long way. We've watched a lot of episodes by now. I think we are in what's it called, dude? I don't want to spoil for anyone. I think we're like 300 something episodes in. Yeah. No username. Hat es sehr weh getan, als du vom Himmel gefallen bist. KW. Okay. Zito Schmibo asks, what's your favorite city in Germany based on nature, culture, or whatever? For me, it's definitely some city in Schleswig-Holstein. I'm a sucker for the Northern Sea-based culture up here. I don't know what my favorite city in Germany is. Let me think about that. My favorite city. I'll answer that question in a second. Let me answer the first question. Dude, I do like being in Berlin. It's a cool city to me. At the same time, I don't think I would ever live in Berlin or like to live in Berlin, because it just seems very crowded. Like, it's cool to be there for a weekend. And it is heaven for vegans. Yes, it is. Like, you get the most food that you wouldn't be able to get otherwise. Yeah, that's true. That's part of the reason as well. But yeah, I don't think I would like to live in a really big city at some point. Oh, my goddess! Oh god, I found the goddess. I was looking for this so long yesterday and I couldn't find it. No, not yesterday. For locals, 2 days ago. So currently we're living in a very small. It's a village basically. It's like very, very small, which has its advantages, but at the same time, it's also unpractical, impractical. I don't know what the right word is. You know what I mean? It's like sometimes really annoying. When like the last train, like for example, just for context, if I want to go home from locals on a Tuesday, the last train goes at 10 p.m. Inconvenient, yes, 10 p.m. And when I went to locals on a Tuesday for the very first time, the round 4, literally, because it was 4 rounds, round 4 ended at round 4 ended at 10:15. And so I didn't check beforehand when the last train went. So I looked at my phone when locals ended and I was like, oh, I can't get home anymore. So, dude, the store owner drove me home, which was very nice of them. The first time I went to locals on Tuesday. No, that was actually, yes, it was the paleo one. That's funny. Okay, yeah, maybe it's my own fault. Maybe it's not the village's fault. Maybe it's because, yeah, you're right. I played paleo, so maybe it's on me. Maybe it's on me. Okay, fair enough. Oh, Icentrix, here's the Toad Field Center that you sent me when I ordered from you on Cart Market. Oh, we have some Edison stuff in the middle here. VODs based. Is this the white sleeves? But it's the wrong white sleeves. All right. The question from the sub thingy was, I want to get back into paper. For the staples, I'm torn between the Rarity Collection Ulties or Collector's Rares. Considering both collection prints, which one looks the best? I personally do not like the ultimate rares. But if you know, a lot of people do like them, and I think that's fair enough. I personally prefer the collectors. But at the end of the day, the cool thing about Rarity Collection is that everyone can choose. I like Ultimate more. See, I just find it a little off-putting how much they change the original like color of the card. Like an effect monster in Ultimate Rare doesn't even really look like an effect monster anymore, if that makes sense. Ashen Core, by the way. At some point, I'm gonna bring that to locals. Ice Cube, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Appreciate that. Avex asks, can you name a thing about Yu-Gi-Oh that is definitely better than every other TCG you know about, and a thing that the Yu-Gi-Oh does the worst out of all of them? I think the best thing about Yu-Gi-Oh, which is for a lot of people also the worst thing, but it is the thing that I like about it, is its complexity. It's just like something about it is just so rewarding to be good at a game that is so complex. At the same time, you could probably say the same thing that is the kind of one of the reasons for the worst thing. Oh, I want to put the paleo stuff over here. Its beginner friendliness, I would say, is like one of the worst things about it. Yeah, I would say. Pricing is another topic, but I personally have never had an issue with the pricing. I don't know if that's just for some reason my mentality about that is just different. I've never played. I've always seen Yu-Gi-Oh as a hobby, and in my world, hobbies don't need to pay you back for what you've invested. I think it's a nice thing if they do, and something you should appreciate if your hobby does that. But choosing like a different card game, like if you genuinely think Yu-Gi-Oh is the best game or the most fun for you, I don't think you should be playing a different game because it has better prizes or something. Yeah. What I'm doing with the sleeves, by the way, is over here I'm collecting all the sleeves that are nice, because there's a bunch of those in here that I want to keep around and reuse. And over these are the ones that are like not the... Oh, good job. Good job, Josh. Throw away the World Championship sleeves, yes. But yeah. Do you think it's possible to make a fun and competitive pendulum strategy, or did the pendulum mechanic inherently fail? It's a tough question. I don't think the pendulum mechanic is unsalvageable or inherently a fail. I think they just haven't put in the effort necessary to create fun pendulum strategies. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's possible to make fun pendulum decks. I think the problem with pendulum is that by nature, every single pendulum card is like, you can combine them all together in theory, right? Because like everything that sets a scale can be used in every single pendulum deck. I think they should have maybe put more restrictions on pendulums, because it's very hard to make a pendulum deck with a unique playstyle if you don't put restrictions on the cards in the right ways. Because otherwise, like if you just make a very unique pendulum strategy that doesn't have a lot of locks, chances are if you make some good cards for that, people are just going to put those good cards into like pendulum piles, pendulum slob, and that's going to be very annoying. But decks like I think the easiest way to do that is to just make more cards that more scales that restrict what you can pendulum summon. Like for example, the Melodious scales that say you can only pendulum summon light monsters and this effect cannot be negated. And so for example, in Melodious, I felt like it was a really cool thing to play with pendulum cards again. It didn't feel like a classic pendulum deck, because the pendulum summon is just a very small part of a Melodious deck, right? It's not that big of a deal. If you've played Melodious, like you use the pendulum summon, you use the mechanic, but you don't like, it's not, you don't go crazy for it. It's not like the insane most important part of the deck. I think if they did more of that, it would also be a lot easier for people to understand pendulum if they kind of eased them in with decks like that don't fully rely on the pendulum summon but use some cards, right? And that would be one way to, quote unquote, the way you said it, like save the pendulum mechanic, you know? Basically, they should just get away from that idea of making every pendulum deck like a full pendulum deck. DDD does this well. Yeah, DDD does this well as well. Yeah, I think. Like, it's like, it incorporates scales into an existing deck relatively easily. I think that's nice. If Amusing asks, if Master Duel gave you a single card slot for side decking, which card would you side for Paleo? So I get to side deck one card, like literally one card. I don't know, dude. That's not a lot of cards. It would have to be like a one-off trap card that you can access if you need it. like Witch's Strike, or if they ever release Voiceless Voice, or like a Deep Barrier if you face off against Branded or something. Oh, the remaining gift cards, Poggers. Oh, we have another Market L. I picked up charges for Lightsworn before they announced them in Rarity Collection 2. So I have 1 for Edison and 3 for TCG now, and I got destroyed. If Yu-Gi-Oh! TCG allows you to have 1 card in your starting hand, which one would you pick? Psyframe Driver. So we have that out of the way, and I can draw real cards. Because I draw it anyways, so if I make it my guaranteed opener, then I won't be mad about it. Why are you unsleeving some of the cards? I'm just getting rid of some of the sleeves that are not the white KMCs or are kind of beat up. You guys probably can't see that in the through the stream, but some of the white sleeves that I'm unsleeving are just like kind of destroyed. So I'll put new ones. What single card do you think would have had the greatest impact on Yu-Gi-Oh! History if it were erased from existence? Wow. You mean like the most impactful card in Yu-Gi-Oh's history, basically, right? Is what that question is. I don't know what the erasing part is, because like you clearly just mean the most impactful Yu-Gi-Oh card, right? What is the most impactful Yu-Gi-Oh card of all time, like across all formats? Max C comes to mind because it still has impact on Master Duel today. It's probably Max C. I was thinking Mystic Mine because that kind of like had a huge impact, but that's just a couple years in the TCG and OCG, and not even that long in Master Duel. Was it banned from the get-go in Master Duel? So I don't think it's Mystic Mine. I don't think it's. Yeah, it's like it's Max C probably. It's got to be Max C. Called by deserves to be named. I like Called by is a really good card. I don't think Called by deserves to be mentioned in that discussion. I think it's like I think Ash Blossom was a good bring up. But Ash Blossom is like compared to Max C, Ash Blossom is relatively recent. So I don't know if I would consider Ash Blossom for that. I think Effect Veiler deserves to be mentioned. But I think it's just Maxi. Tenpai Advocate asks, what do you think about the direction Yu-Gi-Oh! Deck design philosophy seems to have taken lately? Specifically that a lot more decks have come out that rely very little or not at all on the extra deck, using strong main deck monsters or spell traps to win games instead, like Labyrinth, Vanquish Soul, Rescue Ace. I think that's cool. I personally think, well, there's different aspects to look at when you look at recent design philosophy, because that question went into a direction that I wasn't expecting. I thought you were referring more towards like one card combos and all that kind of stuff, which we've talked about plenty in the past. But the whole the aspect that you've mentioned is that they are trying to create some decks that are not as reliant on the extra deck, which I think is a good thing. I think preventing sort of extra deck spam and all that kind of stuff is cool. Also, while I'm looking at this access code, I'm realizing there's another thing I want to do today if we have the time for it, which is there are a lot of cards in here that I have too many copies of. And there are also some cards here that I'm going to replace with rarity collection cards. So what I want to do is I want to give away some of those. I don't know if I'm going to do that today or if I'm going to make like a separate... I've been thinking about doing like a charity stream and all that kind of stuff, because I... obviously, I could sell all the stuff, but I really don't want to go through the hassle. And I think it's nice to give back to the community instead. And there's like stuff like, for example, the rollbacks I've recently upgraded into collector's rares. I want to give those away, all that kind of stuff. I think maybe we do that when I've sorted everything, so I have a better overview of what I have extra. And then I'll think about how to do that. But yeah, the access code made me think of that, because I'm going to replace that access code with a Rarity Collection 2 access code. I'm going to keep duplicates for some cards. Like, for example, I really like having multiple playsets of hand traps and stuff, because very frequently I build multiple decks. But like, you know, I don't think I'm ever going to need 6 copies of Transaction Rollback. I have a Shining Sarcophagus deck core, by the way, for locals at some point. I have too many deck cores and too little locals to play them at. What are your hobbies, interests outside of Yu-Gi-Oh? Heard you talk about board games, other card games on occasion, but what brings a world champion joy outside of runic spells or paleo traps? Yeah, there's a couple things that I like to do. Like I said, we play Lorcana together at the moment. It's not a super frequent thing that we've been doing for a long time or anything, but occasionally we like to play some other card games. I had periods in life where I would play other games as well. Like I played Pokemon Unite relatively extensively for a while. I played Hearthstone. I play Hearthstone on and off every once in a while. We do what's it called? Pen and paper every other week. So that's cool. We like hiking and cycling, especially in the summer months, like at the moment. If I don't crash, that's pretty fun. MOBA, Josh, dude, unironically, the reason why I liked Unite was because I was so bad at it. Because I feel like I'm very good with stuff that involves logic and such. Stuff that involves being good, like I don't know what the word is, with like movement and stuff. Like good with your hands and such. I'm not very good at that. And the reason why that was actually good for me when I was playing Unite was because it stopped me from taking it too seriously. You know, like it's really nice for me to have something that I can enjoy casually without the urge to, like, I don't know, jump into tournaments or try hard, because that sometimes can turn a hobby that is really fun and relaxing into something that's more stressful, right? Some things are best enjoyed casually. And that was one of the reasons why I liked Unite, is because I was so, like, I wasn't like complete ass when I played it, but like I knew from the get-go that I was never gonna take it more seriously than just playing it a little bit at home, and that was cool. Well, yeah. We will not see you playing League. I mean, that doesn't mean that I never want to, like, I could stream some of that. Like, if there's ever, this is not an announcement or anything, but if there's ever like a subathon in the making or something, I'm sure we're going to try out other games and we're going to have some fun with it on stream. But yeah. I like Pokemon games whenever they come out. I play Pokemon games. I play Zelda games like Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, were two of my favorite games of all time. But yeah, other than that, I just like spending. I like spending time with outside of Yu-Gi-Oh with my fiance, like cycling, hiking, spending time with our cat now, that sort of stuff. We do live together, yes. What are your top three pre-2010 decks? Pre-2010. I think that's relatively easy. That's Gladiator Beast, Lightsworn, and probably Plants. Plants is kind of random, but like you at that time, when pre-2010 is basically when I was like really young, because right, I'm born 95. Yeah, maybe at some point. What was I saying? I forgot what I was talking about. I forgot the previous question because I read the sub message. What was it? Oh, pre-2020, pre-2010 decks. Yeah, I would. So I'm born 95. So I was like, I started going to locals regularly in 2006 or 7, I believe. So at the time, I was 11 or 12 years old, right? And so I couldn't afford shit. Um, and so the decks I would play were all over the place. The first decks that would allow me to play competitively were Gladiator Beast and Lightsworn, because from what I remember, that was the first time that it was actually like affordable to play a meta deck. Well, Lightsworn in the beginning was super expensive, but like Lightsworn received reprints at some point. I think it was Charge of the Light Brigade was in some special edition, and Judgment Dragon was in some turbo pack, which funnily enough, at the time, a card being in a turbo pack, which is basically the equivalent to an OTS pack, that was actually a reprint that was like dirt cheap for some reason. For some reason, those cards were like a turbo pack ultimate rare at the time was like $15 or $20. I don't remember exactly how much. So that made Lightsworn really affordable, and Heraklinos was like the only really expensive card in Glad Beast. So I was able to pick that one up after that one also got a turbo pack reprint, right? And so the first time where it was actually feasible for me to play competitively, like actually take something seriously, was with Gladiator Beast and Lightsworn. And I played Gladiator Beast and Lightsworn on and off for like years at that point. Like it was like my go-to decks for multiple formats after 2000, I think 2009. Yeah. Oh, this is my paleo deck. Based. I'll probably unsleeve it though. I don't know when I'm gonna play it next in paper. Yeah. Hey Josh, I need a Trident Dragon for my Edison deck. Surely you can borrow one. You need one for your Edison deck, huh? You should have one, shouldn't you? You played dragons a lot. Why did you never pick up a Trident? I sold mine. Oh, so you sold it now that it's expensive, and now you want to borrow mine for your Edison deck. I see how it goes. All right. Okay, so I'm sure the next username is made up. Maybe it's not because it's the username is Paleozoic Canadia. And the question is, when you talk to family, fiancé, or friends and locals, do you speak German or English? Well, I speak German, obviously. How much did you do or prepare for German nationals? Not that much yet, honestly. I am a very procrastinating person in general, and that also carries over to tournament prep sometimes. Like, and that is one huge advantage of streaming, which because I keep in touch with the game every single day just by default, right? And that helps a lot. And that helps a lot. But outside of the stream, I haven't done that much yet. When is German Nats? Like 2.5 weeks. Why do you double sleeve? To protect the inner sleeve. Because there are a lot of like OCG sleeves or world sleeves or whatever that are relatively expensive, and these break super easily. These sort of official sleeves, they break rather easily if you just use them without oversleeves, but they are really nice. And if you put oversleeves on them, they basically never break. Which allows you to use the before oversleeving was legal, because there was a time period where it wasn't legal. Before oversleeving was legal, I would never use sleeves like that because they would just break. Like I would that was the time where I would always use these for my main deck, and now I just use for locals I still use these because I don't want to go through the hassle of oversleeving my entire deck every single week. For locals, I only double sleeve my extra deck. And then for the main deck, I just use this one. But when I go to big tournaments, I like to use some nice sleeves, and then I double sleeve. Essentially, is oversleeving legal with the new policy? Yes, oversleeving is still legal. I'll put my paleo core somewhere special. Because let's be real, the paleo stuff has nothing to do with with what's it called? Just regular good stuff cards in my collection. It doesn't belong there, technically. What oversleeves do you use? So I'm using, this is not sponsored once again. I'm using these. At the moment, but I also, and I like those, but I also have these from Japan. When we went there for Worlds, people said these were really nice. So I picked up a couple of those when we were in Japan, but I have never tried these yet. But they are supposed to be really cool. I haven't tried them though, so I can't say if they actually are. Broccolis, yeah, that's what they're called. But I also don't know how. I don't know how you would get these in Europe or in America. I don't know if there's resellers or something. I have no idea. So your best bet, the easiest is definitely to grab these. And I've been, ever since I've used them, I haven't had an issue with them, so I like them. You do have to change them occasionally, like depending on how, like if I go to a big event, I always use new sleeves. But like every other, like it'll last you multiple events otherwise. eBay resellers for 10-ish each. Yeah, that's like for the broccolis, you mean? That's like slightly more expensive than I think the Dragon Shield ones, but if you want to try them and you prefer them, then maybe that's the way to go. Do you like American cards? Um, technically, yeah. I mean, I'm kind of indifferent about it. Why I typically so there's one thing I currently do about my cards. That I want to try to keep as consistent as possible is at the moment I only order or get English European print whenever I can for multiple reasons. The first one, the reason why I want to have English is because I um I like playing with English cards the most by far, right? Even though sometimes it's a pain because I'm from Germany and a lot of people have German cards. But I prefer English because when I go to international tournaments, everyone can read my cards, and I really like that. I think it can save you some time during matches because your opponent doesn't have to go and look up a card that they don't know, or you don't have to like explain something. You can just tell your opponent you can read the card and all that kind of stuff. I think that's I prefer having English cards for that reason. And the reason why I don't go for American is because I'm the kind of person I like if all my stuff looks the same. And even though I would be okay with having a full American deck, I usually that's not how it turns out, right? Because it's just more practical when you're in Europe to get European cards. So in order for everything to look the same, I'm just getting European English, and that's the easiest and best solution for me. Even though I do think American cards also look cool. Um, I'm not getting them because it'd be way more work and probably more expensive to get everything in American, which I don't want to do anyways because I don't think they look much better, right? What's the visual difference? They are lighter, I think, is the main difference. They are lighter. This access code is definitely going to get given away, even though I don't know if I want to do that to someone. The foiling is also different. Oh, on ultimate rares, for example, I think it looks a lot worse, American cards. Like, I've seen some OTS ultis. I think the American ones are much worse. Leo Boss asks, what's your favorite series if you have any, like Game of Thrones or anything like that? What's my favorite series? I do watch a fair amount of stuff, but not like an insane amount. Currently we're mostly caught up we're mostly caught up watching One Piece, which I do think is cool. I wouldn't call it my favorite yet. I really do like I do like Game of Thrones a lot. I also really like Dexter, and I really like Mentalist. I've seen Arcane, but I wouldn't call Arcane my favorite series because it's just one like one season. That doesn't count yet. You can't be the all-time greatest with one season yet. How was your time in Stuttgart? It was nice. I studied there. I assume you know that. That's why you're asking the question. This is okay. I like Stuttgart. I think it's a nice city. I enjoyed it. More paleo copium cards. Dragon Maid Nudiarl. Do you have some binders with cards? I own exactly one binder. This one, which I'm gonna be honest with you, I mainly got this binder because I thought it's really cool. I'm using it for my Edison stuff. But that's the only binder I have. Elena asks, the OCG and TCG become one format. Everyone gets the new card at the same time, but also you have to play with the OCG ban list. What do you think about this? No. I think I talked about this exact thing in a recent video. I said I'm all for one format between everyone, but the TCG gets to make the ban list. I'm not playing in no OCG ban list format forever. Like, the only reason why did I put Samsara Lotus here? Okay. Yeah. What about adopting OCG rules? I think the rules should be the same for everyone regardless. I think that one is weird that they have slightly different rules in the OCG. I think we should probably adapt them and have the same rules for everyone. That would be preferred. Like, I find it awkward. Like, it's very hard to get used to, like, different hand triggers and all that kind of stuff when it comes to playing Master Duel. It's annoying to me. Like, hand triggers and stuff like that. It's awkward. Leon asks, if you could change up to 2 mechanics in the game, can either be TCG or Master Duel format, what would they be and why? What, like summoning mechanics? Summoning mechanics. I mean, I would probably say, in terms of summoning mechanics, the two, because I'm inclined to change the 2 worst ones, right? For the sake of the game, the 2 worst, like, not in terms of the worst ones in terms of playability, but the worst designed ones, in my opinion, which are Pendulum and probably Link. I mean, Ritual and Ritual Fusion are like kind of bad, but I'm fine with those. I think Link should probably be toned down a little bit. I'm not sure exactly how. And the pendulum mechanic, I would change pendulum. I picked these up like 2 days before it got banned, by the way. For all the people that say I make the ban list, phenomenal investment. I decided to upgrade for collector's rare barons. Okay, this is all Edison stuff. Sort that later. Someone was asking to watch through my Edison binder. We can do that if we have enough time to also sort my Edison cards today. I picked up these in Japan when we were at Worlds, just as my spirit animal to practice for Master Duel Worlds, and it did pay off, so I'm smart. And for this one, I also have a really cool story. There was this one Konami guy who was, I think he was a volunteer, I'm not sure, but he was like, he was helping out at Worlds, and he was like, there were people, basically we were playing we were sitting all 3 next to each other, and we were playing our games, and there was like Konami officials or Konami volunteers or whatever behind us, and they were watching and telling us when to start the games and when to select our decks and all that kind of stuff, basically, right? They would like get a signal from the stream or whatever when we should begin and all this, and they would tell us, okay, now start. And basically that guy was responsible for us for the entire day, basically, right? He was watching our games, telling us when to start and all that, and he was really nice. And after we won, he gave us each one of the cards in our decks that we played and that he was seeing us use a lot throughout the tournament, right? And he gave me talents He gave Quantal. I forgot what he gave Quantal. It was not Reinhardt. I think he gave Emra an evenly matched. But you'd have to ask Emra and Quantal what they got. But he gave me a Talons because obviously Talons was our shared card. Oh, it was a Kikkalos, right? It was a Kikkalos, I think. And he gave me Talons because I was using Talons in both of my decks, and I was obviously like Talons is like the best non-engine in the Turia Runic and all that. So that was pretty cute. That guy was nice. I will be at the German Nationals in Münster, yes, even though I still have not booked the hotel. I hope there's still room. Emra gave me this one because Colossal Fighter is my favorite card. This is Colossal Fighter Assault Mode. Even though I have no business with Colossal Fighter Assault Mode at all, but sure. I always thought he looked kind of bad, but Emra gave it to me, so I'm keeping it. This is a bounty token. If you are a bounty duelist at a YCS, they give you these tokens, and then when you lose to someone, you have to give them the token, and they can go to the prize wall and get some boosters for it. And I got this one from Herman, and I forgot to turn it in. This was YCS Dortmund, I think. I played against Herman second last round or something. I beat him, he gave me the token, and then I forgot to turn it in, and then I decided, well, I'll just keep it. It's kind of a cool memory. I kept it. So I got this one for defeating Herman, the bounty duelist at YCS Dortmund. I still have it. And this one is a quarter century, I think it's Zark, which I got at Worlds as well. They gave everyone, I think, it was like, they did a, on the Friday at the welcome dinner for Worlds, they did a little mini game where everyone, they opened some packs and they gave everyone one card face down, and every card was there twice. And then they would have, everyone would have one card, and they would have the rest of the cards, and they would shuffle them up and draw a card, and whoever had the same card from all the players, they would get a little prize or something. And out of all the random cards that they opened, I got a quarter century Zark, which all the Japanese players were like, oh, that's really nice. So I kept that one. Actually, let me put these like special memory cards somewhere else. This is a Reinhardt I want to get signed by Quantal. I still haven't yet, but... We're not even halfway through, by the way. Someone asked, how did you and Emra meet? I'm gonna be honest with you, I couldn't even tell you because I've known Emra for a very long time. Basically, Emra is a decent bit younger than I am. And it was just like at a time where I was already playing very actively in my area, right? Like Hessen, Germany. Like I would travel to Frankfurt for tournaments. I would travel to obviously some other tournaments. Emra showed up as like still a very, very young kid basically and started playing. So like I don't know what the first interaction even was like, you know? It's like basically when whenever like I don't know, a kid starts playing Yu-Gi-Oh at your locals, that's what it was like when Emra started playing basically. Because Emra, I think, is like 5 years younger than me. I'm not sure, maybe even more. Do you feel comfortable signing cards, or does it feel awkward because it implies celebrity? I don't think it implies celebrity at all. Like I know what you mean, and sometimes it's a little awkward, but overall I think it's a positive experience because it only happens once in like every other week, right? It's not like something that if I go outside it happens. It only happens when I go to Yu-Gi-Oh tournaments specifically. I do think I would not be that as happy if I was like an actual celebrity and it would happen like super frequently, even in public. That would probably annoy me in the long run, but because it only happens at Yu-Gi-Oh tournaments, which I only go to, I don't know, like big Yu-Gi-Oh tournaments, like maybe once a month at this point in time. Not even that often because we don't have YCSs at the moment. So like it's not as frequent. So I'm fine with it at that point because it's mostly nice interaction. Have you ever been recognized in public? It happened for the first time, I think, this year or last year. We went rock climbing, and there was someone who wanted to take a photo with me. That was kind of cool. That was kind of funny. This gadget trio I'm also going to give away. I pulled this at some point. I don't need it. The quarter century one. Visored asks, what are the 3 decks you would like to see get explored more by the community? Obviously excluding Paleo or Runic. The 3 decks I would like to see explored more. Dude, you really have excluded my favorite answers for that question. I don't know. I don't know if I have other decks that I would really like people to explore more. Because the thing is, the decks that I do firmly believe that there are decks that deserve more exploration. Lightsworn would be a great answer. I do like Lightsworn quite a bit, and I do think it has potential. So yeah, I'll say Lightsworn. I don't know what else I would say. People are saying Chimera, but I do think Chimera is currently experiencing a good amount of like exploration. So I don't think that's a fair answer. Because people are playing that deck, right? Oh, I ordered something on Cart Market, and someone sent me these as like add-on. They have no names. Isn't that cool? They have imprints. You can tell, right? They have like the imprints of the name on there, but it's not like, it doesn't have a hollow effect. Kind of cool. So I kept them around. No ink, yeah. Illegal. I don't know if you could play these. I mean, they're not meant to be played, I think. They're like misprints. I could give these away at some point as well if you guys like these. Because I mean, I like them. I think they're cool. But I got them for free, and I'm probably just gonna have them laying around in some box. So if there's someone into these, I'm not like opposed to giving those away as well. I think they are illegal. Maybe they are. I don't know. Do you think Rainbow Life could be a decent card to sign deck in Paleo against decks that have burn damage? No. Why am I sleeving this? I don't think so. I think Rainbow Life is just too bad of a card. Even though you can copy it with rollback and then you don't have to discard, I guess. But, yeah. Isn't there a, what's it called? There are Dynamorphia traps that prevent burn damage that you could send with Morella, right? If you actually have a problem with losing to burn strategies because you pay a lot of life points with rollback, you could like, or do you have to like control a Dynamorphia for those? New player here, week old. I managed to order half of my deck in Korean via Cart Market. Rest in peace. That happened to someone at our locals as well, which is it's unfortunate. Yeah. So what happened was, they turned up to locals and they had never been to a IRL card game tournament before. I think they played Massaduel, and they didn't know that you couldn't play OCG cards, right? And so they ordered on Card Market because they saw for some cards, guess what? For some cards, the OCG version is cheaper. Shocker. and they ordered those. Yeah. I guess the good news is that because they ordered OCG, they didn't lose that much money because they're not that expensive, right? So I don't know how much they spent, but like I guess that is the one thing that's not completely terrible. Yeah. All these paleo cards, dude. Did the locals let him play though? So I said I don't care if they play those cards, but I do think from a because it's an OTS store, I don't think they are allowed to let them play. Right? I don't think they are allowed to let them play from an official standpoint, right? Even if the locals owner didn't care, if you have OTS status, I don't think you are allowed to do that. Or like I'm also sure that sometimes at locals people wouldn't care if someone uses proxies or whatever. Like I would not care, for example, but I don't think it's smart for the locals to allow it because it's not legal. I also have this. Because it's just not a legal thing to do, right? For the OTS owner to allow people to play those cards, right? You do have to follow the official rules as a locals when you're hosting locals, right? Otherwise, I think you lose the right to host locals, which also you obviously don't want that. Oh, and someone else sent me these when I ordered on Cart Market, which also look cool. All my tokens. I got all the OCG Tenpai cards, including all Synchro Extra Deck with Trident Dragon at around $30. See, I thought about doing that for just creating content in advance of a set dropping, right? Just like using those to like create gameplay videos with the cards. But I don't know, like I don't have a plug for that kind of situation. I don't know who to message or how to do that, you know? How far are we with the sorting? So we're actually not that far off from having we're almost done with the TCG stuff. I think we have like 25% left of the TCG cards, and then the rest is Edison, which I'm not too much in a hurry to sort my Edison stuff. It'd be nice if we could get it done, but if not today, then that's also not too big of a deal, right? But obviously, after we're done with this, we still have to sort this into this and get rid of duplicates and all that kind of stuff. So it's still a way to go. Next question. Do you only play Yu-Gi-Oh for a living, or do you have any other sources that you get income? Okay, so I don't play Yu-Gi-Oh for a living. I create content about Yu-Gi-Oh for a living at the moment. But you're referring to I do not have another job next to streaming. No. But playing Yu-Gi-Oh for a living is not possible with the price pool that we're being offered. That is not a thing that anyone does. Oh, my pod collection cards. I'll put these somewhere special. Beep, 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 beep. I don't think it should be either. Like that's the thing. I am not complaining about the fact that you cannot make a living off of playing Yu-Gi-Oh. Like yes, a better prize pool would be nice, but for me personally, like I said earlier already, it's not something that's required for me to choose a hobby. A hobby for me is always something that I just enjoy and want to spend my time with. And I don't think or like I do know it is a privileged thing to say, but I don't want to, like, outside of the time that I spend with my job in general, let whether my job is Yu-Gi-Oh or not is irrelevant for that matter, but the way you spend your free time, I don't think should also be dictated by money. Ideally, right? If you are privileged enough to not have to care about that when you're with your hobby, right? Oh yeah. Did you meet your fiancée before or after streaming? Before. And she was very supportive when I started out uh, doing that. And when obviously in the first couple months or year, it didn't, it was not enough money to comfortably have it be your only job or something like that, you know? So I'm very happy about that. Because we probably wouldn't be here because I was just in university. And basically when I started streaming and when it did pay a little bit of money, I stopped doing. I had another job next to university, and then I stopped doing that to focus more on streaming next to university. And she basically allowed me to do that because she was working at the time and said, you know, do your thing. It did go a lot faster than, yeah. I was very fortunate with how fast the stream grew. So what was the other job? Well, I studied software engineering, so I was just working as a programmer in for Bosch, which that it was a lot more money than what streaming paid in the first couple months. I did finish university. Yes, I did finish. Towards the end of university, I already knew that I was gonna keep doing Twitch, but I still wanted to finish it because with Twitch, it's a thing like, from my perspective, I'll do this as long as I can. But self-employment and all that kind of stuff, it's never like 100% guaranteed. You never know how long you're going to be able to do it. So I was like, let's finish university because I had a lot of fun being a programmer. I and studying software engineering. It's a very fun topic and subject in my opinion. And so I could see myself working in that industry. And I wanted to finish the degree just to have that option in case it ever, you know, doesn't work anymore. Who knows? I think you missed sleeving a spell. Yeah, it's a rare. That's why I'm not sleeving everything. I don't think I have enough sleeves and room for that. Next question. You are given one opportunity to make a single card for Paleozoic. What effect would you give it? No poplar or circular like effects. Don't worry, I wouldn't give it those anyways. I have said this before. I think one thing that Paleozoic needs, I think, is a the card needs to do multiple things. But what I was imagining was a card that stops your opponent from responding to your trap cards, so that they cannot chain block you from bringing back Paleos. Similar to how Lady or Lovely Labyrinth stops you from ashing their Labyrinth traps, right? The other decks have that, right? Branded Lost or Multi-Roll or Lovely Labyrinth. Like they are willing to make cards like that, right? So I think they should make a card like this for Paleo. The problem is the card has to do something else. Because if there's just a card that says your opponent can respond to your Paleos, then it doesn't really do anything, right? Like that alone is not enough because that's just neg, right? So what I was thinking is like they should maybe make a Paleo trap that does something on activation and then says for the rest of the turn your opponent can't respond to your normal trap cards, which normally for the rest of the turn lingering, that's kind of cringe, but I think with that sort of thing I don't think that's that big of a deal. That's basically multi-role text, right? Which isn't that big of a deal, right? So like maybe a normal trap card that does something and then says for the rest of the turn your opponent can't react to your normal trap cards. I think that'd be a good solution. And ideally it would be a Paleo, right? So that it so that it would also come back from the graveyard and that kind of stuff, right? Do you still play Legends of Runeterra? No, unfortunately not. As far as I know, there's the game has the competitive side of the game has basically died. So no. Next question. After Yu-Gi-Oh, what card game is the best in your opinion? Well, that would have been Legends of Runeterra. I like Lorcana at the moment. I have not tried Flesh and Blood. I have played Digimon and One Piece before. I think they're both cool. But currently my second favorite is Lorcana. I'm playing it right now. A little bit. How and why did you become vegan? Well, I mean, the how is relatively easy. You just stop eating animal stuff. And the why is it's mostly just morale and ethics. I don't want to get into it too much detail because that's not what this stream is about. And I know that's a very polarizing topic, but I personally think it's the correct thing to do, and that's why we're doing it. That's all. Digimon has an auto sim now. Yeah, I heard. I also saw that a couple days ago they closed the auto sim for Lorcana because there was one. I didn't actively play that one because I'm only playing in paper with my fiance, and sometimes we're gonna go to the local store soon because they're starting to do some Lorcana as well. But there was a an auto sim for Lorcana, Pixelborn, yeah, and they have gotten basically the cease and desist from Disney, so they have to stop doing it. Tenpai for fiance soon. I am gonna bring my fiance wanted to go to locals with me and play Tenpai. Yeah, I don't know when we're doing that, but she wanted to go, and I said I said you can play Tenpai. That's probably easy enough. Isn't Tenpai too easy? Well, we'll see. I think for someone who hasn't played Yu-Gi-Oh in a long time, even Tenpai is gonna be because like you still have to use your hand traps and stuff correctly, right? That's still not for someone who literally hasn't played in super long. I don't think it's that trivial. Did she ever play Yu-Gi-Oh? She played like I think 2015 around is when she stopped playing. So she has played before, yes. But never on like never like super actively, more like you know, sometimes go to locals thingy. We listen to a lot of music during streams. What's your favorite band to listen to, and when? How did you discover them? I like a lot of different music, and I don't even have a favorite genre. I think it's just I like a lot of different stuff. Um, I don't know. I like a lot of the old. My favorite stuff to listen to is like the stuff that gets me nostalgic. Like a lot of 2000s like Timbaland kind of stuff, dude. That sort of stuff hits different. Um, yeah. The literal the my most common way to add songs to the playlist is either just have Spotify on autoplay where it suggests songs for you, and I'll be like, oh, I forgot about that song, let's put it in. Or Unironically, sometimes I listen to the radio just to see what the meta is at the moment. And then I'll get the ones that I like. Do you think there's a lot of cheating at big tournaments, either illegal plays, time rule abuse, or stacking, or do you think inexperienced players suffer from that? Unironically, I think the majority of what people call cheating is accidental, at least from my experience. But I've always said this in the past that maybe there's a chance that my experience when I go to a tournament is different to the experience from, let's call it, an average player. Simply because I do think there's a possibility that people that would normally maybe be unfriendly or rule sharking or maybe even cheating would not do that against a well-known player like myself, right? And so while I really literally I experience this very, very rarely when I go to tournaments. I have a lot of very nice games, very nice opponents. Like I don't know though if that experience translates to every single one. So I hear sometimes I hear people complain that happened to them. Very rarely it happens to me as well, that my opponent is like really unpleasant or sharking or like stalling for time or whatever. But for me personally, this doesn't happen very frequently. So that's just my side, and I'm very aware that there might be people that experience that differently, but for me personally, this is not that big of an issue. But yeah. Do you like cars? I don't even have one myself. I can drive, and sometimes when I have to, because we live in a village, I borrow the car of my parents, which live a couple houses down the street. But I don't have one myself, and I don't particularly care. No. I'm unsleeving the Orcus deck, and I'm probably not going to resleeve it for a long time. All right, next question. When is the Ray cosplay? Never. And Algo asks, is Bestial Runic still viable after the Baron ban? I think so, yeah. You have to like discover other lines to play through Nibiru, I think. But in general, I don't think Bestial combo decks needed Baron that much. It was just the best level 10 synchro you could make, so yes, they get weaker by it. At the same time, I do think Baron being banned makes going second a lot more reasonable when you're playing a Runic deck yourself. So I honestly think overall it's not even that bad of a trade for Runic decks to lose Baron, but also never have to play against Baron. I think that's fine. Why are you so opposed to the Ray cosplay? Because part of me finds the meme funny, and part of me is worried that people take it too seriously. Because if you remember that I love Ray sentence was ironic, right? That was not actually how I feel. I do very often feel like it's very awkward when people get too much into this whole weeb thingy and all that. I don't like when people sexualize stuff in a card game or something like that. It is something I did as a meme, and it's kind of taking off more than you know what I mean? Dude, I lent last locals. Someone asked in the locals WhatsApp group if someone could borrow them a Quem. I borrowed them my YCS winning Quem, and they opened it against me. What a traitor Quem it is. They opened it in like 53 cards. Betrayal. Mohammed asks, do you think blind second can teach a player more than going first, since going first is all about how good is your knowledge of a deck and how do you play around some cards? Comes from that knowledge, while breaking boards is providing a lot of things to learn, baiting, mind games, etc. Why did I put... Okay, these are wrong. I do think, in general, different formats and different styles of play always teach you different things. And that's why I think you should, in general, be open to doing that. You know, like try a board breaker deck. But also, the thing is, the other stuff that you talked about, like the going first and how to use hand traps and how to play around hand traps, is also a very important skill set, right? So in reality, you should probably do a little bit of both. And try to learn all those things, because all of those things are important. But yes, blinding second or playing board breaker decks in general does teach you different skills than going first. This is similar how sometimes people complain about formats where, let's say, every deck looks the same, right? And while I understand the criticism of that, I also want to point out that very often in formats where every deck looks the same, ignore the fact that I own a Fluon and rescore, please. For example, Tearlament's format. In Tearlament's format, deck building was not that important because the deck was so powerful and hyper consistent that it didn't really matter how you built it. So in that format, it wasn't really a format where you could hone your deck building skills, right? Where you would like learn how to build a deck. But it was a format where you could learn how to play very well and play super interactive games. As opposed to, I think right now is a format where deck building is a little bit more important than the actual playing portion. Because the actual playing portion at the moment, let's be real, Snake Eye Mirrors come down to like which kind of how many openers do how many starters / extenders versus how many hand traps, right? It's not the most enticing gameplay, even though there's still skill beyond that. But the deck building is more important in those kind of formats, right? Like picking the right hand traps for the situation, deciding to play the right cards for the right times, and all that kind of stuff is more important at the moment. Okay, we have gone through half of this box here. And I think the rest in this box is all Edison. So now, this stuff needs to go into this box. So for that, I probably have to sort them in more detail. Let me put these. Let's start with traps, because those are the least. Do you have a Medolce core? I do have a Medolce core, yes. I picked up a Medolce core when they announced the new support, the quick effect Tiramisu, right? That one. Okay. Did you manage to get a Ritual Beast core in time? I should have a Ritual Beast core somewhere. We haven't found it here, which makes me worried because I don't know if it's here. But I should have a Ritual Beast core, yes. Next question. I don't want to be that guy, but why did we start focusing on Master Duel in the last year or so? It killed the fun of the streams for me and I barely show up anymore. Yeah, that's unfortunate. I don't have the feeling that we focus that much on Master Duel. It's just that gameplay-wise, Master Duel is really nice to stream. And really convenient, right? In general, TCG content requires more effort. But yeah. The DB train. I don't even think that's the issue because we didn't even do that much beforehand. But Master Duel is just nice visually, and I do have fun playing Master Duel, right? And so like I feel like what I'm doing is I'm trying to create a lot of I'm still trying to create a lot of TCG content, but I'm still finding my ways into that. But unfortunately, because Master Duel is so different from why do I even keep this? Because Master Duel is so different from the TCG, there is always going to be some split between the communities, right? And because I like both, there's always going to be streams that only cater to one of the audiences, which is a little unfortunate, but that's just how it is. I think that's okay. Continuous. This goes into the paleo pile. I like both. I mean, I'm happy about everyone that likes both because they can watch basically all of my streams, right? But at the end of the day, every single time I stream, I have to decide between Master Duel and TCG, and there's always going to be some people that don't like one of the thingies, but that's okay. It's okay to have a preference between the two. Okay, counter traps first. If you watched any of the animes, which anime deck that hasn't had support for a long time would you love to see get new cards? If not anime related, which old deck would you like to see support for? I am really rusty on the animes. I've seen the first one. I've seen a good chunk of GX, but that was when I was a kid, so I don't remember that much. This is banned. So I'm doing this where I'm spreading all of my counter traps out right now to sort in the ones that are here. I don't think I can do that with the other cards because I have very few counter traps. Which one do I sleeve? Oh, these ones should be sleeved. Sign at conflicts, probably. The G Pretender, thank you for the 6 months. For Whitewood's arrival in the TCU, what would you suggest are some good cards to pick up? I've already grabbed most of Runic, Centurion, and Horus. To me, that sounds like you're ready for Whitewood's support. I'm going to be trying Runic, obviously. I don't know of any other, like, I've seen some Centurion, I've seen some Horus Whitewoods. That's all, I think. I think you're ready. I'd like to see support for all. I don't have any anime decks that I would like to have support for. I don't know enough of the anime. I would like to see Paleo support. I'd like to see Necros support. I'd like to see Dragon Ruler support. I think that'd be cool. My favorite section of my collection, the continuous traps. Do I have exactly one summon limit? Really? Oh, perfect. Oh, wait, these I don't need. Oh, that card is banned, right? Good thing. Goes over here. Great. Okay. What do I sleeve here? This is I'm sleeving everything that's ultra rare and up right now. I don't know. That seems okay. Next question. Can you think of another quality of life feature you would really like being added to Master Duel? Something like line breaks in card text or checking total attack power? What quality of life feature do we not have? It's a very small thing, but something that really annoys me every couple weeks is that there's no button when you have notifications to just click mark all as read. Because I hate having the little exclamation mark there as something, you know, oh, you haven't read all of these yet. I hate having that there. And so what I have to do is like, no, I don't. Most of the time, I get my news regarding Master Duel like from like Twitter or something. Like most of the time, I don't have to go into the in-game news to see what's up because I already know what's up. So I don't want to. I don't read. I have to like catch up on everything. Like every like once a month, I have to like go and click on every single notification, and that's just annoying. So yeah. Ascent to endlessness, Ascent to eternity. I'm trying to sort out the ones that I have more than 3 copies of. Cranium Burst. Blaze. I think I have too many Tikaboos. There we go. Yep. That can go. No pick. Radiance. Power Sink Stone. Okay. So that's the one. Setanta God asks, when videos with Charlie? You know, when I got a cat, it was not for content. So I don't know. Maybe never. Maybe whenever he feels like showing up in my room. But yeah, that's that. In general, with Charlie, it's going really well. He's getting very comfortable at home and all this kind of stuff. He's doing great. But he is not here to create content with, you know? Like he's been on stream, right? I remember one of the Challenger Cups, right when I wanted to start stream, he was sitting on my desk and wouldn't move. So I just started stream with Charlie vibing on my desk. But it's not something I can or want to force, you know? Patrick Endereth, thank you for the 7 months. Gliding Crow, thank you for the 6. And Pat Co, thank you for the 17. Demi-Duelist asks, do you believe there are currently decks that are undiscovered but could be meta contenders? Usually looking back at retro formats like Edison, the meta is way different if the format has time to age. We've talked about this a little bit already, but the short answer is yes, I do believe that there is almost always stuff that is undiscovered / stuff that is underexplored in Yu-Gi-Oh! Simply because there's so many different decks. And even I experience this like constantly, that I think stuff has potential, but I simply don't have enough time to try everything. That happens a lot. So yes, I do think that's a very frequent thing, that stuff goes under the radar. Maybe not so much stuff that is then the best deck of the format. I don't know how often that really happens, that someone misses or that like everyone misses the best deck of the format. But like decks that could top or maybe even win a YCS if piloted well and have a good day, I think there are plenty of those that people simply don't really care about. I think that happens very frequently. Oh, there, the Ritual Beast stuff is in here. Okay, Okay, some of these questions are repetitive. Razors asks, do you think anyone could win nationals with a deck that isn't Snake Eyes? Absolutely. People have done that already. At the time of this recording or at this stream, people have already done that like plenty of times. Snake Eyes, I said this on the podcast with Farfa yesterday, but Snake Eyes is a deck, while it is definitely the best deck at the moment, it is not a super, it's not that oppressive in terms of, like, I think almost any deck can beat Snake Eyes if you just commit to the hand trap war, which I know a lot of people find annoying, and it is annoying. But if you just build a deck that has solid engine and plays a bunch of hand traps, you can beat Snake Eyes. And so like a lot of people have done that already. And I think at the moment it's even arguable if the deck even is tier 0. It's probably not. Like, it's annoying to play against and it's super strong, but I don't think it's tier 0. Almageddon asks, why do you insist that Hugin is not a bird when in Nordish mythology, Hugin is one of Odin's ravens? You know, simple answer. Birds are always bad for Yu-Gi-Oh! And Hugin is great, so it's not a bird. Outplayed. Make Runic great again asks. There's no way it's your real username, by the way, but based. What are the selling points of Runic combo decks in a competitive content? It's the most paid question ever. Would you say it's the ability to play through 1, 2, sometimes 3 hand traps? Dude, I did not submit this question myself. The main selling point are, I think it's 2 things. I think the first thing is what you mentioned, is no matter what you pair Runic with, it's going to help it play through hand traps. Like Runic Sprite or whatever was a deck that it was basically impossible to stop with hand traps. It was just not something you could do realistically. So, and that is for some decks that's really annoying. And the other thing, in my opinion, is that you play a lot of super what's it called? A lot of super flexible cards, right? Because all of your cards can either be extenders or spot removal for different stuff, right? It's like, it feels really good playing a deck that can have outs to floodgates in the main deck in Runic Destruction. Basically, you have 6 copies, right? And you have 6 copies of MST, but they are also all extenders and all that. It's really cool. You have ways, you have effect negation, you have this, you have flashing fire, all that kind of stuff. And that's the main selling point. Okay, normal. Oh, yeah. Toast from Below asks, do you think Hero deserve a new set of main deck monsters? The main deck barely changed since the Vision Hero package got added in 2019, and they only received extra deck monsters since. I mean, I guess you're referring to like a different engine, quote unquote, right? Because they've added new cards to Heroes that people play, but it's mostly like one-offs, searchables or whatever. So you were talking like, do you want a new engine for Heroes? I personally feel like Heroes is almost strong enough to the point where they don't need further support. I think there is definitely other archetypes that I would think deserve support or need support more than Hero. But yeah, I don't know exactly. I think Heroes is strong enough, but I guess if you're a Hero player, you would always want more support. Like, I get that. But... Jesse Cotton has said before that his Sky Striker deck was his magnum opus in terms of deck building. The one prepared for each situation with Trap Trick and Utopia Double. Are there any decks you've built that you would consider the same way? I have decks that I like a lot. A lot of the, I think this is I don't know if Jesse does this all the time, but I think for that tournament he prepared completely on his own. This is something I don't usually do. Like a lot of the decks that I've played that I'm very proud of were decks that I did not create myself or on my own. There's always input from other people, so I don't remember if there is a deck that I can take my all the credit for. Like the decks that come to mind basically are like my I think my Paleo deck from 2017. But that is not a deck that I built on my own, right? There were people that helped, like my team at the time, Complexity Card Gaming and all that. There's a lot of people that had a lot of input on that deck, and like that deck is something that multiple people played at that tournament, right? And so it's not something that I take full credit for, even though I did build with them, right? Like I was part of that. The same is true for the Runic Sprite deck that I won Utrecht with. The same is also true for like back in the day we did a lot of really good Dragon Ruler decks, but I don't think there's a deck that only I've built. There's a lot of Runic cards in here. I don't mind it though. What about Shaddoll? The Shaddoll deck I won my first YCS with, I don't think was even that insanely good. It was just like solid, nothing too crazy. That was a YCS that I won. I didn't prepare that much for it. I kind of threw it. Was like I don't know why, but I didn't have that much time at the time. I don't remember why, but I basically traveled to the YCS and built the deck, I think like on the Friday. There's a lot of tournaments from that time period that I went to that I brought better decks and played more or like better prepared than for YCS Madrid. So yeah, it's kind of weird how that works. That was the one I won. There was a lot of other YCSs where I would say I deserve to win that one more than I deserve to win YCS Madrid, but no. Reptile Best Deck asks, are you Josh because you play Runic, or do you play Runic because you're Josh? I play Runic because I'm Josh. Villius asks, would you like to see some Runic monsters added that aren't fusions? I don't know why there's so many Runic questions in here. I have totally no idea why that happens. I guess any Runic support I would take. I would like to see more quick play spells rather, if I had the choice. But I take it. At this point, I don't even expect any more Runic support, to be honest with you. But I would like to see more quick play spells, if anything. Danish asks, has streaming content creation taken a toll or improved your mental health, and how so? Okay, that's a deep question. I think it's got pros and cons. Frankly, I think there's a lot of positives. I do think it's overall a positive. I'm doing well at the moment. There are certainly things about self-employment that mainly has something to do with like uncertainty and all that kind of stuff, like having to manage a lot of stuff yourself. That is very taxing, and like being dependent on basically, you know, like you don't have a stable income. It's like a lot about, you know, you're having to perform over and over and over, and relying on, you know, people watching and liking what you do is somewhat mentally taxing. But obviously, since it's working out, I'm not too worried about that anymore. So at the moment, I'm just like enjoying the ride, so to say. It has a lot to do with the fact that I don't feel like I don't feel like I have to do this, right? I'm doing this because I like it. I have other options because I finished university for software engineering and I really like that too. So I could see myself doing that if it like doesn't work out anymore. So I don't feel like it's my only option or I'm forced to do this or I rely on this to get through life or whatever, right? I'm just doing it because I like it and it works. And if it doesn't work, I'll do software engineering and I'll probably also be happy with that. So kind of like the existence of a plan B, if that makes sense, makes it a lot less, you know, makes the whole self-employment thingy a lot less scary for me. If that makes any sense. So yeah, I like it. Okay, sorted all the spells. After all these years, is the passion towards Yu-Gi-Oh still the same? I'd say so, yeah. There are certainly things like there's periods, but that's always been the case, right? There's periods where I enjoy the game less, and then there's periods where I enjoy the game more. But that's a very natural thing. That's something I've gotten used to with my, I don't know, 20 plus years of playing the game at this point. It's not something that is not new to me, right? That sort of stuff. Completely normal to me. L Blitzcrank asks, how did you and your fiance meet? How many years has your relationship been? Love your work and thank you for all, world champion. I appreciate that. Thank you for the kind words. We met we met after I won YCS Prague 2017. Like I said, my fiance has played Yu-Gi-Oh in the past, not as actively, but she's played. So she's been following it sometimes. And she messaged me to say congratulations after I won YCS Prague, even though she didn't play that much anymore. And the what's the word? I didn't even notice that it was meant to be more than a congratulations, you won YCS Prague. I just said thanks and moved on with my day. I'm not an expert at talking to women, by the way. So I didn't even notice, you know, like I didn't notice. So she had to like keep pushing. And eventually I got the memo. And so that worked out. So yeah, it was basically so, and they say price support is not great at Yu-Gi-Oh tournaments when you can win a fiance at it. Isn't that great? So yeah, that's been 7 years ago. More than 7 years ago. Well, she asks, Sword Soul is one of my favorite decks. What engine / support do you think they need to be a meta threat once again? You see, Sword Soul, in my book, isn't even a deck that really needs that much help. I feel, or like, I feel weird suggesting new and strong Sword Soul cards when in reality, I feel like Sword Soul is the kind of deck that is fine in terms of its power level. I think Sword Soul is a well-designed archetype. I think what Sword Soul would need is for the power level of the game to be dialed down just a little bit, you know, just a little bit, and then you can play Sword Soul again. I mean, you can play Sword Soul at the moment already. It's not like a terrible deck. But I think the power level of Sword Soul is fine the way it is. I don't think I would like to see the deck get like more broken or anything like that, you know? I think that'd be weird. Thank you for the 15-month start, Magician G. And Basaku, thank you for the Prime as well. DB Grinder Loves Stun asks, do you enjoy school, or did you enjoy school? Yeah, I think so. Looking back at it, definitely. Like, I think this is always a problem that a lot of people have. Is that they, at the time, they want to like be grown up so bad and all that kind of stuff, and then when you're a grown up, you kind of miss a lot of the stuff from school, I feel like. But yeah, looking back, I had it good. Obviously, as everyone, you know, ups and downs during school time, but overall, I think good experience. And looking back, obviously, a lot of good memories, and mostly positive, which is not a given. Not everyone has that, but like, you know, it's I'm looking back at it, I think so. Yeah, like for example, I met up with some very old friends from school like a while ago, couple weeks ago, months, I think at this point. We just sat down and talked for a while, and that was cool. So yeah, I'd say so. Do you have any advice for young players regarding not joking in the important moments? You said joking. Do you mean choking in important moments? Because I'm gonna be honest with you, if you have the ability, like I'm referring to like Yu-Gi-Oh, if you have the ability to stay calm and joke during important moments, that's probably a good thing. If because that usually means you're, I guess either you're too nervous or you're not nervous. But maybe you mean choking though. I don't know. It's a very broad question of like how to not choke in important moments. I think the most important thing to know is that being nervous is not gonna go away. The unfortunate news, I suppose. But I still am hella nervous when I play important matches or important games. I guess it's just more like you learn how to deal with it. And how to play under pressure better over time. Yeah. But it's not something that's gonna go away. Like being nervous when you're playing, I don't know, YCS Top Cut or even like first round of a YCS, that always happens. How do you deal with the mental after 5 or 6 matches? I think the answer is the same. I think you get used to it. Legitimate. You just get used to it because you just do it over and over and over and over and over again. Like at this point, like I always know there's more to come after. Like when I start 5-0, like I see this very often that people get really, really excited when they start, like, I don't know, 3-0 or something at a tournament, or 5-0 or 6-0 or 7-0 or 8-0 or whatever, right? This is the sort of thing that I personally don't get excited about that anymore, because no matter what score you have, like basically it's a the job's not done mentality, right? Like even the moment, I guess currently the one moment for me that is still very hype is whenever I win the match that gets you into top cut guaranteed, right? Like let's say it's 11 rounds and you need to go 9-2. If I win like round number 10 and then I'm 9-1, that is it's a cool moment. I cherish that moment. But even that only lasts for like a couple minutes, and then I'm like, okay, job's not done, you know? And I guess that depends on your goals when you enter a tournament. Like it's complete, if your goal is to like get your regional invite, I think it's completely fine to get super hyped after you win like round number 5, and you are guaranteed to go at least 5-2, which probably guarantees your invite. Completely okay. But as soon as like when your goal becomes to like win the tournament or something, then the moment to get excited is after you've done it, you know. And everything before that is just like part of the process. I don't know. So what I'm not doing at the moment, by the way, is I'm not going through all of these, like all of my field spells and looking for duplicates. I think I'll just first finish this, and then if we still have time, I'll do that, looking for duplicate portion. No! Oh. Not my Fluanderies and the magnificent map! All right, the quick plays are up next. A lot of runics in this one. Look how many equip spells it is, Betu. 3 equip spells. Lost Contact asks, do you have a favorite archetype from the anime? Guys, I need your help. Name some anime archetypes. I literally don't know which, like for some of them, I don't know which one's an anime archetype and which one isn't. Is Paleo an anime archetype? I guess Salamangrate. I know Salamangrate is an anime archetype. I do like Salamangrate a lot. Super heavy samurai? No shot. Yeah, I think it's Salamangrate. Vipox asks, with the Year of Fire raging on and the Year of Light coming up, which attribute do you hope gets support next year, and which decks do you hope will get better with it? I mean, I'd be foolish not to say I'm hoping for a Year of Water with like Paleo and Necros support. That'd be dope. Water decks are based. Next question. How much does being good at a deck correspond to being able to play well against the deck? Does knowing a deck well make you better at beating it and vice versa? Absolutely helps to play. If you're struggling at beating a certain deck, I do think it helps to take the time to play the deck yourself a little bit. I do think at the same time though, and I want to preface that when I give that advice, I do think it is at the moment in recent years, it is a very big task to at least like to play and learn how to play every deck in the format is something that most people don't have the time for. Because there's just so many different decks that are viable. So I think realistically, if you want to prepare as best as you can for a big tournament, yes, you want to play or be able to play with most of the decks in the format, at least like top 5 maybe, that are really realistic for you to play against. That is stuff that you want to try to be able to play at least. But yeah, I mean, everyone needs to know how realistic that is for themselves to learn that amount of decks, right? I think it's also okay to just practice against a deck. If you know you're not going to play that deck, I think you can also learn how to beat a deck by just playing against it a lot of the time. That's also possible. Farfa asks, Runic Tenpai when? Okay, moving on. Jan asks, okay, they asked the question in German, but they asked, how does it feel to be a streamer, and do you think you will ever have a real job? I don't know if you were trying to be mean, but anyways. I don't know, it feels good. It feels good. Whether you, to me at least, it does feel like a real job. But I guess to each their own. I have seen the Runic Tenpai deck profile, yeah. Will you ever do locals vlogs? I thought about getting a GoPro, recording locals matches, and then watching them and commentating them together on stream. To like talk you guys through my thought process. If it was a good match. I think that's something we'll probably do at some point. Kalski asks, have you thought about doing Duel Links content, even if it's like once every blue moon? I have done Duel Links. We've done the Duel Links Challenger Cup, and that was actually fun. I do think streaming Duel Links, though, at this point is basically the same as streaming Variety, like any other game, because it's so different from like TCG and Master Duel. So I think like I'll always be up to like cast a Duel Links Challenger Cup or something, right? As like a sponsored stream. But if I want to go and play a different game that's not TCG or Master Duel on stream, I can imagine myself doing that. But I think Duel Links would not be the first one that comes to mind. I don't know what even that would be. Like I said, I've thought about doing some Slay the Spire because you guys said it was really cool. And it sounded like a game that I would enjoy. It always has this sort of I guess fear that the streams are not going to perform. At the same time, if it's something that's really fun, I'd still be willing to do it. Are you going to stream the Master Duel WCQ? I don't know exactly when it is. I don't know if I'm going to have time. If I do have time on the weekend, then probably a little bit. I do definitely want to... try hard another qualifier at some point again. The thing is, what's the word? I want to try hard a qualifier when I actually need to qualify. You know what I mean? So yeah, this year probably not gonna get another, or like this, maybe for a Duelist Cup, but this WCQ one, I'm probably not gonna do a 72-hour stream or whatever, like the one we did for the thing, and I'm out of sleeves. That's a problem. Do I have more? That's not good. I'm out of sleeves. Okay, well, dude, that's so annoying. I ordered this is years ago at this point. I ordered a full box of those sleeves and now it's empty. I was not ready for this moment. I'm so used for years now to whenever I need sleeves to just reach into my drawer and have a pack, and now it's gone. Damn. Well, unfortunate. I guess I'll just have to leave some stuff unsleeved. That's okay. I'll just have to re-sleeve them when I get new ones. Okay, and this is also the point where, because I'm sleeving so many extra cards, they don't fit anymore in the thing. Like previously. So this is the room that I have left for the quick play spells now. So I'm gonna have to move this. I'll put the quick play spells into the other box and see how much room I have at the end. And where to put what. Okay. Equip spells. Oh, we regain some sleeves because there are some comments here that are sleeved. Clutch. Clutch. Do I have to sleeve others? Oh no, we lose sleeves. Okay. But we've net gained sleeves from the equip spell section. The Atelier asks, how do you sort your time between Yu-Gi-Oh and other passions you might have? Not very well is the answer. I do not sort my time out very well. I'm not very good at managing my time. In that regard. The easiest answer is I procrastinate a lot, and I put in a lot less organizational work than I should. Like a lot of those topics, like I don't know, like scripting videos or managing sponsorships or whatever, all that kind of stuff. I just do too little of it, basically. Yeah. Okay, now normal spells. That's like a massive category. Okay, hold up. It's so annoying I don't have sleeves. Okay, I would sleeve this. Aren't Germans supposed to be super organized? Yeah, I'm not. I'm not. Wi-Fi asks, what's the most important skill to improve in Yu-Gi-Oh? If I had to narrow it down to one skill, it would probably be just like being able to apply logic to all kinds of different, like logical thinking is really you would think that's a given, but in so many different aspects, it's like the most important thing, I feel like. Reading, I mean, yeah, haha, reading, but like in reality, I do think it's logic. I think being able to apply solid logic to deck building and situations and finding the best play is like super important and undervalued. Why is Cupid pitch a red flag? I think you're referring to that one video I made where I said a couple of different things are red flags in Yu-Gi-Oh deck building, like when your friend tells you, here, I have this really cool new deck or combo, and it starts with that, it's a red flag. Cupid pitch is a good Yu-Gi-Oh card, but I've never seen a like actual good deck using Cupid pitch outside of like adventure format, and even in adventure format, it was a little gimmicky. So I guess that's why it's a red flag. Because it's a good card, but the decks it's being played in are gimmicky. The same is true for basically Small World. Emra asks, if you had to be one flu monster, which one would you like to be? I would like to be Snowl. Because then I wouldn't be played, and I would have nothing to do with that shit. The stuff that's happening, I wouldn't be responsible for it. Have you ever tried Magic Draft? If you ever have time to try it on stream, it's quite fun. I have never, I don't think. I don't think I've ever played Magic Draft. I've played Commander, but I have not drafted. It does sound fun though. I just never had the chance or opportunity or drive or whatever, right? I like draft in general. I really wanted to the Master Duel arena thingy on yugioh Pro deck. I don't know if you've seen that video, but I was on Simo's channel a couple weeks ago where he did that. There's a yugioh Pro deck feature that lets you draft Master Duel decks. That was really fun, and I wanted to do that on stream at some point, but here we are with the procrastination and so on and so forth again. It is something that I want to do, but I haven't prepared it yet. Or like I haven't found someone to do it with and all that kind of stuff. But I will probably do that at some point. That was really fun. With Farfa, yeah, I could do it with Farfa. It's just you always have to like sit down and find someone to do it with and manage when to do it and all that, and I haven't done that. Okay. Now I have to sort my monsters after attributes. Ain't that fun? Dragon JC14 asks, what's your favorite city or place that you have visited? Like ever? I really liked Tokyo. But once again, similar to what I said about Berlin earlier, Tokyo is a really cool city to visit. I would not want to live there because it's just way too humid and hot for me. Like the weather. But Tokyo was really, really cool. EWDF Taskin, thank you for the 2 months. Appreciate that. Cosmico asks, I'm gonna give you a Nostradamus question. You think the current approach of Yu-Gi-Oh is the right direction, and would you see a world where IP is banned? Okay, 2 different questions. The current direction Yu-Gi-Oh is taking, I think, is fine. I think, as always, there are things that are good about it, and there are things that I don't agree with, but that's always been the case. Like, for example, I think recent ban lists, especially in the TCG, have been great in terms of the direction that they've given. I think some other stuff that I'm like, there's always stuff that I'm worried about. There's always stuff that I think is good. I think overall the direction that we're going is okay. Lionheart, thank you so much for the 9 months. Welcome back. Overall, I think we're doing okay. IP Masquerena could be banned at some point. I wouldn't hate it. I also don't think IP Masquerena is the biggest issue. I think IP is okay, but I also wouldn't hate, like, it wouldn't be a card that I would miss, if you know what I mean. Like, it's like, I personally don't think I would ban it, but I also wouldn't mind if they did. Kind of how I felt about Linkaribo. Like, Linkaribo was a ban that I think was justified. I think it was okay. I don't know if I would have personally done it, but I don't hate the fact that they did it, and I think I would feel the same way about IP Masquerena. Solid Texture asks, do you ever find it challenging to maintain a fun, real-life free stream when events are happening in the world or the Yu-Gi-Oh community that chat seems desperate for you to respond to? I don't think that happens super often, that people, like, bombard me with questions that have nothing to do with me or the stream. Unironically, often I also don't know exactly what stuff is referring to, because I do try to use social media very little outside of Yu-Gi-Oh. But yeah, sometimes, I mean, there's just stuff that I am not the go-to to respond to certain situations, simply because I don't know that much about them. I'm not super informed about everything, and that's why I don't want to give a take on something I don't know anything about or not enough about. So, and I feel like people understand that at this point, or like in this stream. I don't feel like that's a thing that happens very often, where people keep asking about stuff that I don't want to talk about. I can't remember that happening recently or often. So not that much of a problem, I guess. Cucumber is life asks, can you make a deck for Cucumber Horse, please? No. Thomas asks, can you, as you go through some of your cards, give a story to go along with it? I feel like we're doing that already. Okay. Brisket Man asks, after you went 5-1-3 with Pearly, would you ever consider playing the deck again? And if so, what would that look like? Playing Pearly at YCS Dortmund has taught me one thing definitely, and that is that in modern Yu-Gi-Oh, it's just miserable to play a deck that pays life points and doesn't have a way to deal with time at all. Like, that just sucked. That was a miserable experience. So if I were to play Pearly again, I'd probably have to find a solution for that. What was one of your favorite moments in your TCG history? Yu-Gi-Oh or other games? Probably. I do think my favorite Yu-Gi-Oh memory is the Billy Break back-to-back YCS finals one. Next to obviously winning Worlds with Emra and Quantal. Those two, I think. Also winning YC, I guess, I mean, there's a lot of good memories in 20 years. I think honorable mentions are also winning YCS Utrecht, because it was the first YCS I won while being a streamer, which was really cool. And then the other one was winning YCS Bologna with just a deck that I played because I liked it. Instead of like, it was like, I didn't try hard for that YCS. I didn't do anything. I didn't love the format that much. It was an okay format, but like I don't know, didn't prepare that much, and I just played a deck that I vibed with, and it worked out. That was also really cool. If you were not playing Yu-Gi-Oh competitively as your job, what would your career be? Software engineering. I guess if you've been listening, you know the answer already. But I studied software engineering, and that's what I would do, and I did enjoy that a lot as well. So that would be my plan B at the moment. I've been playing this game for 20 years, and I have never gone to time as much as I do now. Do you think Yu-Gi-Oh is more about the grind now than at any other point in this game's history? I'm trying to think if that's true, if I share that same experience that you didn't go to time as much back in the day. I'm not sure. I do think timeout was always a thing that happened frequently at big tournaments. It's just maybe you remember it less because literally back in the day with the old timeout rules, going to time often didn't matter, which is why they changed the rules, right? They changed the rules because when you went to time and you had 3 extra turns, that basically was the same as finishing the game a lot of the times. So maybe that's why you think you didn't go to time that much back in the day, but people definitely did. I don't know. Software engineers make 200k US. I don't know exactly how much software engineers make. I do know it's an industry that pays very well. But once again, it goes into when I started streaming, I made the decision to do what I enjoy more rather than the one that would probably pay more money. At this point, I am completely happy with the amount of money that I make, by the way. This is not meant to be a complaint at all. But it was a decision that was originally made knowing that I could be making more money, I think, working as a software engineer. But this was more like a passion project in the beginning. And it at this point it's fine. That's an illusion. Not all software engineers make hell of a lot of money. Maybe, yeah. Like I said, I've only worked as I had a student job, but I do know that for a student job, compared to other student jobs, that one paid a lot more. As a software engineer while being a student, it was like in my early years as a student, I worked as a what's it called, in just a supermarket, right? And then I worked as a software engineer, and there was definitely a difference. I'll tell you that much. And I'll tell you that much because I don't know the exact numbers anymore. But there definitely was a difference. I would tell you if I remembered, but I don't remember exactly. I like Zero Escape asks, if Konami were to return to limited formats like Battle Pack, would you be interested? If so, what would you like to see? Pricing, reprints, power level, tournament presence. I love Battle Pack. I would definitely be interested in playing sealed Yu-Gi-Oh! In general. Sealed, draft, whatever. I think it's a shame that Yu-Gi-Oh! Is not really suited for that in its modern form. I do think if they wanted to do this, they would have to do a very good job though at designing the sets, because I think the problem is, and that's I think shown in the past with battle packs, if the sets are not attractive enough to the general player base, I think they are not successful enough. Because only for draft, I don't think enough people buy it, right? And so I think what needs to be done, or what would need to be done if they wanted to do that, is they would have to make a set that is both attractive to everyone, but also suited for draft. Which I think is possible, but they simply have not really. Maybe they're afraid after battle packs. Presumably, I'm just assuming here. Battle packs, presumably weak performance. Maybe they're afraid of doing more like that. Because I don't remember exactly, but were battle packs like good packs? Did they have good reprints? Not many, right? Yeah. Because if they wanted to, like especially generic staples and such are like they usually reprint them in like side sets or whatever. They could just put those into like draft packs instead, right? Like for example, like SP Little Knight or something. Whenever we're gonna get the first SP reprint, that could just be in like a draft set, and it would be a good card for a draft set. But it would also have everyone be interested, right? Why do I have 4 Rakeas? Lurie! Wait. Why are there lights and waters together here? That's not supposed. I'm sorting waters right now. Where did the lights come from? Did I grab from the wrong? Oh, I grabbed from the wrong thingy. Okay. It's a lot of sleeves that I'm missing. Yeah, that's unfortunate. I need to buy a new box, I guess. Kageru asks, in non-linear combo decks, for example, runic or synergistic engine piles, do you lab out and mesmerize combo combinations of starters and how to play them optimally, or do you just freestyle it? I start learning by freestyling. If that's possible. Which sometimes it is, sometimes it isn't. For certain decks you can do that, for some decks you can't. You'll notice that relatively quickly when you start by doing that, right? But like basically, if I want to look at a runic combo deck, right, I will look at like the basic idea of the combo, right? The basic goal of like, okay, well, if I have level 4 tuners here, and I'm gonna summon a Hugin first, and then I want to make which level 6 synchro into how do I extend, you know? Like I'll try to understand the deck before I play it, and then I'll just run it. essentially. But that's a lot of cards that need to be sleeved. Oh no, here's my Ritual Beast stuff. Freestyling feels so good until you misplay a step and screw everything up. See, the thing is, though, this is part of learning, right? I know this feels bad, but it's like for example, the best example is my locals experience with Melodious a couple days ago. I messed up a lot of stuff, and that in the moment, yes, that felt bad. But overall, I have a much better understanding for Melodious now than I had before, so it was still absolutely worth it, you know? It was still a great experience overall. And I think being afraid of making mistakes in a card game usually just holds you back from making a lot of progress. And I think that's something I've learned throughout years of playing the game, right? It's just like make mistakes, whatever, right? It's like okay. I think it's faster even sometimes to just learn by playing rather than like I don't know. Maybe it's just that I don't enjoy that form of learning that much. The form of it also like this literally carries over to like a lot of other aspects in my life. But the way I learn is not by sitting down and mesmerizing like just words, you know? Like I hated the stuff in school and in university where you just had to learn stuff by heart, right? Like just read something and repeat, right? That was not something I enjoyed. And this is also why before I studied software engineering, I actually studied what's it called, economics, like that. Because I came out of school, I didn't know what to do, and it was like, oh well, you're good with math, you're good with numbers, go do that, right? Is what they said or what I thought, and I started doing that, and it turns out that is like super. I felt like it was super dry and super like you have to learn a lot of you just have to learn a lot of stuff by heart and then repeat, and that is just really not my thing. And that was also really different with software engineering, right? Software engineering, when you're programming, it has a lot to do with logic and such, but the way you apply it is more free and more creative, right? Like the way you write a program, obviously you have to understand how to do it and there's rules for that, but at the same time it's relatively free and creative, and that's what I enjoyed. It's kind of like freestyling a combo deck that you are basically you need to understand what you're doing first and then you can apply it in whichever way you like. And and that's why I didn't finish economics, and I enjoyed software engineering a lot more. And that's, I guess you just have to know yourself, because I know some people that really appreciate that, you know, just learn something and then do that, repeat and be good at that. Some people are good at that. I'm not. And that's why I find non-linear combo decks very fun as well. It's funny how these things, these learnings from life can translate into like Yu-Gi-Oh or vice versa. What programming languages did you learn? It's a bunch. It's Java, C Sharp, C++, Python. Um, it's more than those, but I'm forgetting. It's years at this point. There was one really niche one as well that I used at my job at Bosch. That was like just for like protocols, but I forgot the name. Like scripts and stuff. I don't know. Towards the end, when I could often choose which one I would use, it was mostly Python and C Sharp. Shell, yeah, it was like Shell and Bash. That I think that was part of it. I don't know. What's the method for sorting monsters? At the moment, I'm just sorting them by attribute. I could consider sorting them by level inside the attribute as well. But I haven't done that yet. I'm not sure if I want to do that. It's a lot of extra work. Because I think I'm okay with like, look at how big the sections are in the monsters department. It's like this, right? If I know I'm looking for, let's say, Ash Blossom, right? I only have to go through the fire monster, which is like one stack of cards. I think that's fine. Archetypes? No, archetypes is super annoying for me because archetypes are all over the place and sometimes you need archetype cards and then there's cards that don't belong to an archetype. What do you do with those? I don't like that. Next question. Are you Jewish? I don't know why. I guess Joshua is a Jewish name. But I'm not. Not that there was anything or would be anything wrong with that. But I am not. Just I don't know why you want to know that, but I'm not. It's just because my mom liked the name Joshua, and she also liked the name. My second name is Salomon, or Salmon, I guess. I don't know how you'd say that in English, even, but which is also, I think, a name with Jewish origin. So I understand why people would think that, but I'm not. People in school used to call me Sailor Moon because of my second name. Good times. Isn't this really inefficient? Shouldn't you put cards that you use often at one place so you don't need to go diving every time? When I'm done, I'm gonna sort out staples into a separate part. I do want to do that. Yeah. Because I do realize as well that that'd be a good thing. Is all. Okay, this is. This is a lot of cards that need sleeving if I really want to do every ultra rare and upwards. There are a lot of ultra rares that I don't even feel like I should sleeve. Like why do I sleeve a Thoughtscaper from Ghost from the Past, for example? Or like Trap Trick Structure Deck cards. Maybe I shouldn't sleeve every ultra. Do your relatives know how much you achieved in this game? I mean, they know. I'm not sure if they... I don't think anyone who isn't part of a certain community really understands what the stuff actually means to people. I think that's okay. I think that's very natural. But they know, but they don't know like what it means, I suppose. They do care. It's not that they don't care. It's just that it's hard to understand, you know? Like, it's like if someone goes and tells you, I don't know, I beat Super Mario 64 120 stars in like an hour and what is the world record? An hour and 37 minutes or whatever. If you're not into that, you got no idea what that means. You don't know how hard that is. Pop, pop, pop. Do you have any advice playing voiceless? I'm going to my first nationals this weekend. I have not played voiceless voice myself, except for that one remote duel stream. I'm not sure exactly what kind of advice I could give you. I think one pattern that I've noticed some voiceless voice players doing, maybe that was more towards the beginning of the deck being released. Maybe people do that less by now. But one thing that people definitely did in the beginning is they played into Bestials more than they needed to. Mostly, I think it was because they would make Dynamondo, or like they would send the load to the grave because they wanted more access to like it's basically, yeah, make Dynamondo and then run into Bestials and such. Well, yeah. Is there progress on streaming locals? I don't think I will stream locals for multiple reasons. But mainly, I don't think streaming locals is that great of content because while I'm streaming and playing locals, I can't interact at all. And I think that's kind of meh. And the second thing is when I'm streaming locals, it's like you wouldn't like. What if I'm playing against someone who doesn't want to get streamed? I'd have to like interrupt stream, which is not great. What I will do at some point, probably, that is like planned in my head but hasn't happened yet. I want to get a GoPro, and maybe use it at locals to record some games. And if I get some good games in, we can watch those on stream together, and I can talk you through my thought process. That way, I think it has multiple positives over the alternative, which is that I can ask individually if my opponent wants to be recorded, and if they don't want to be recorded, I can respect that and just not record that match. And I can also interact with you while we're watching the gameplay, right? Which is going to be a lot better and a lot more educational. Oh, look, the band card. Thank God. So that is something I'm probably going to do at some point. Oh, this is a ritual. Rituals are supposed to be in an extra pile. You sure own a lot of sus cardboard. I am the kind of person I like to have. I spend too much money on cards. Let's be real. I have. I tend to own a lot of stuff just because I might eventually want to play it. And instead of just buying it when I want to play it, I buy it beforehand just in case I want to play it at some point, which I don't know how much sense that makes. But yeah. Wait, I didn't sort the light monsters in. What did I do, dude? Oh, I just sorted those light monsters. Eric asks, where do you think the game is heading in 2 years? I don't know. I mean, if you had asked me this question 2 years ago, I probably would have said the exact same thing. I think it's just going to keep doing what it does. I don't know. I don't feel like Yu-Gi-Oh! As a game or as a community has changed that much in the recent since I started streaming. I don't think it's changed that much. It's the same as everything every time. Like we get new cards, we talk about how we play with those new cards, we play those new cards, and rinse and repeat. I don't know. It's just a cool cycle that keeps happening. I don't know if anything is gonna drastically change. Well, I guess from a game perspective, I'm hoping like that the trend of banning some floodgates and some ubiquitous extra deck monsters continues. Like most of the end board stuff, like Appaloosa is the next big one that I'm hoping gets banned. So those are things I'm looking forward to. Other than that, I'm not sure. This is Edison Garoth. A new master rule eventually. See, I don't even know if that would be such a good idea to make a new master rule, but it could happen. There's always suggestions of quote unquote fixing Yu-Gi-Oh with a new rule. I personally don't know if it's the right approach, because last time they did that, it kind of backfired, right? Like everyone is always suggesting new rule changes, but then when they did Master Rule, what was it, 4? A lot of people hated that. A lot of people did not like that change, and they reverted that basically, right? I don't think Yu-Gi-Oh needs a rule change. I think Yu-Gi-Oh needs just in general better ban lists and sometimes more careful card design, and I think we'd be in a good spot. Yeah, that was a lot of extra sleeves that we got from the dark section. We're also going to need a lot of extra sleeves for the dark section, I think. Milan Haki asks, do you watch football? If you do, who do you support? I only watch rarely. And I don't have a specific team that I support. I'm probably going to be watching some of the European Championship. Like, football is the kind of thing that I really like enjoying on a more like casual note. I don't like getting too deep into it, you know. But yeah, I have no special preferences. Maddie Naps asks, I think that the 2017 Paleo list is the best YCS winning list of all time. What are your personal favorite decks you've entered a YCS with? Thank you, first of all. My favorite decks I've entered a YCS with. I do think number one is that Paleo deck. Number two. Oh, I'm not sure. Probably Runic Bestial, honestly. Well. I'll put this Anguish aside for a giveaway. It's a collector's rare Anguish. I do have ultra rare Anguishes. I don't need this one. At some point, give that one away. Did you invent Runic Bestial? No. No. That concept was out there for a while. I just liked it. Have you tried the Zark deck in rollback Paleo? No. Not to say that it's... maybe you could. But no, I haven't. Which new archetype? Whitewoods. I like Whitewoods a lot. Mainly because it can be played with Runics, but I am looking forward to Whitewoods a lot. I also, now that I'm seeing the cards, I also really like Centurion without Calamity. I actually saw, I think it was yesterday, I think Road of the King posted a Centurion deck that I think got top 4 or even, or won I think they won a world's, I don't know if it was a world's qualifier or something important. They won without Calamity. That was really cool. It was, I think it was pure Centurion that won without Calamity. Pretty dope. Is Snake Eyes the only possible option for your nationals? No. I do have some other stuff in mind I want to try, including I want to keep testing the Melodious because I enjoyed the deck at locals a lot. I don't know if I'll actually play it or not, but I'm not so sure if I have to play Snake Eyes. I don't really want to. And honestly, whenever I don't want to play a deck, I often end up really not doing it. I can't tell yet because I do want to take Nationals seriously. So if I don't find a better deck, I might do it. But I would like to play a different deck. Okay. Extra deck. Paleo for Nationals. See, the thing about Paleo is that I think the deck, like, it's phenomenal how much progress Paleo has made since I started messing around with it. And a lot of people, I like to think that I'm the one that started that, but there's definitely been people that have been playing Paleo beforehand already. But the quote unquote hype and experimentation that Paleo is receiving right now is really cool. I don't think the deck is quite there yet at a point where you can actually bring it to a TCG tournament because it has too many issues, like time, which is something you have to solve if you play Paleos. Synchro Link. Is there some ideas that can be incorporated in Paleo? Maybe some OTK potential or maybe stun ideas? I mean, I don't think you would want to turn Paleo into a stun deck. I don't think it does that very well. I think there's other decks that do that better, unironically. Even though that is cringe, but it is what it is. I think Paleo needs to be a control deck. Otherwise, the cards, like, it doesn't make sense. Basically, you could play stun cards in Paleo, but then you're just playing a worse version of other stun decks. So yeah. What's your favorite rarity collector? From the rarity collection, I prefer the collector's rares. I have a bunch of those. In general, I really like rare. And I also like the ultimate rares. Not the rarity ultimates, but like the OTS ultis. I think those are cool. Next question. How do you test decks? Like I said earlier, whenever I look at a lot of decks in theory, mainly on stream, right? We do a lot of, here someone top tier, check out this deck, and we look at it, or someone won nationals with this deck, or top nationals with that deck. Take a look at it, right? And so this is usually how I start learning about new decks. Is we look at like certain combos or certain deck lists on stream together. And this really helps me stay in touch with the game. This is like the biggest takeaway from like the biggest benefit of being able to do this as my day job, right? Is staying in touch with what's going on. And then whenever I want to take a deck more seriously, I just like play it myself. I mostly maybe I look at some combos beforehand, but usually I just try to freestyle it and see if I like it, see if it feels good. And then if it does, I'll look at it in more detail, maybe see how I can optimize the lines, kind of how I played Melodious at locals a couple days ago. I thought the deck felt strong, and so yesterday we looked at some lines on stream. Herman was in the chat and told me about some of the better ways to play the combo, because I haven't been doing the optimal combos, because I don't think that's necessary for learning how a deck works in the beginning, right? Like, I don't think you need to be focusing too much on playing it perfectly, right? Because I didn't care about winning the locals I went to or playing perfectly in every single game. That was not my goal. My goal was to see what the Melodious deck does, right? And I did do that. And that's usually how I approach new decks. What is this doing here? Okay. Do you have the new U Belcore? Yes. like I said, I spent too much money on cards, and I definitely spent too much money on deck cores that I want to play at some point, but then in reality, very often I never get to play them because there's just too many different decks to be able to play everything. So yes, I do have a Yubel core. I have not played it once. Sandu GG asks, what goes into prepping for a tournament, and do you have any advice for somebody that's only ever gone to small locals who wants to try competing at larger tournaments? If you are trying to make the jump from smaller tournaments to bigger tournaments, I mean, in reality, I think the only thing you should be changing is your mindset. Like, I don't think you change. Like, when I go to locals, for example, I tend to play more experimental stuff because I want to try it. When I go to bigger tournaments, the bigger it gets, usually the more seriously I take it. The I'll bring like serious decks if I go to bigger tournaments. Um, so that's that. I guess it can impact your deck choice. And what I also really like to do is I like to use the next smaller version of a tournament as like a testing ground. For example, I really like to go to regionals in the times before there's a YCS to test my deck at the next smaller level, right? Wait. So in your case, if you're like going to a regional next or whatever, I think it's really good to just like go to locals and test your deck at locals for the regional without putting too much emphasis on performing at that one locals. Just like use it as a testing ground for the bigger tournament. I need to sort these by link rating first. Favorite extra deck type and least favorite extra deck type? I think my favorite extra deck type is Fusion and Synchro. It's hard to say because I really like Fusion, Synchro, and Exceeds, but I think it's Fusion and Synchro above Exceed. Which I guess only leaves one for the least favorite, which is Link. Even though I don't hate Link as much as a lot of other people, I kind of just have come to terms with it as a mechanic. I think the mechanic itself is fine. It's just I think they've poorly designed some Link monsters, but yeah. Who is your favorite YCS champion? Billy Break comes to mind. Aaron Furman. Who else? A random question. Who else is a YCS champion in recent? Pack? Yeah, I think those. Peter Gross is also one. Honorable mention. Stevenson Tolley. There's a lot of great YCS champions, let's be real. Okay. Let's do. Wait. Link ones are here. This. Now link 2s. Oh, this is also a link 2. Booble asks, narrate the whole branded lore. Well, you see, once upon a time, branded fusion was activated, Ash Blossom end. Next question. Cottonspieler asks, did you try Runic Tenpai and did you like it? Not yet. Mike Dorf, if you could change only one thing about the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game, gameplay, card rarity, events, what would it be? I would probably change the rarity distribution in main sets. To have cards be available in multiple rarities to make it A, more affordable to more people, and B, just have cards available in different rarities so you can pick the one you like. Simple. I think that one. Dude, how many Link 2s are there? All Link 2s, man. How is this all Link 2 monsters? What do you think if Yu-Gi-Oh! Had Mulligan? I think a Mulligan in general is a good thing. But I think you have to design your game around it. I think in Yu-Gi-Oh! It's a little too late to implement something as important as a Mulligan. I like, by the way, I'm liking that I'm doing this. I'm not sleeving every card. I'm sleeving like the important. Well, now I'm leaving some cards unsleeved because I ran out of sleeves. But like in general, for example, here I don't have a divider between Link 1 and Link 2. But if I do it like this, right, I can tell where the Link 1s stop. So if I'm looking for a Link 2, I can just start with these sleeved cards. That makes sense. That's cool. Because I have the sleeved ones in the front, the non-sleeved ones in the back, so I know where the Link 2s start. Augers. Would you like the implementation of legend cards like Rush Duel? What you're talking about is limited cards, and we already have that. Itzia Roy asks, when you decided to aim to become a professional player, how did you get past the plateau in improvement and stay motivated to improve more? I think... Why are there Link 4s here? I'm confused. I think the biggest thing about this entire thing is that I never decided to become a professional Yu-Gi-Oh player. That is not something I ever said to myself, yes, I'm gonna be that now. It is something I became through just a whole lot of passion and enjoyment. And I think that's what makes it possible if you have that passion over a long time. Like if people ask me like, how do you not get tired and all that out of from back in, like I didn't get tired because I like it. I like this game so much. And I didn't care about the prizes because I didn't play for the prizes, and I didn't care about losing because I wanted to improve, to like get better anyways and all that. I don't know, it's something I don't think you can force. Like if you enjoy something, that's gonna happen. And if you don't enjoy something, it's not gonna happen. But that's also okay, right? You don't have to force it. Okay, these are Link 5s. There's not that many. bit. I know I have ragings. All right. Link's done. Do you struggle on which language to use on Yu-Gi-Oh related stuff or internet hobbies in general? What do you mean struggle? Like, sometimes I don't know the German word of a card name. I don't know if you would classify that as struggling because I mostly talk about Yu-Gi-Oh in English. But no, I don't think I struggle with that. Okay, rank 12. This is also rank 12. 2, 4. I guess I need some more space for all the ranks. 4. What is this guy? 10. 2, 10, 2. I guess this counts as 1. Also 1. 8. 3. I'm just hoping there's no rank 5s coming. I don't think I have any. Oh, there's a 7. Okay, need space here. 6. All right, this is not gonna work. The new Face of Creation asks, what was the first video game console you owned? So we had, not I, but we had a Game Boy Color when I was a kid. That was the first one that, but I think my dad technically owned it, and then like my sister and I sometimes played with it. The first one I owned myself was, I think, a Nintendo 64. Wait, is Nintendo 64 older than Game Boy? I'm not sure. But, well, very technically, the first video game console I owned was a PlayStation 1, which I got, I think, for my, it was either my birthday or Christmas, I don't remember, that I got a PlayStation 1. And then I forced my dad to go to the store with me on the next day and change it for a Nintendo 64 because I ain't going to be a PlayStation kid, you know, like that shit not gonna happen. So we got that, and I got that PlayStation 1. I cried, and we got a Nintendo 64 the next day. So that was technically my first console. Easy clap. PlayStation 1 was cool though. I mean, I'm sure it was. I'm sure it was. I think it was because I wanted a Nintendo 64, and I think my parents didn't know what that was, so they accidentally bought the wrong one. And so I was expecting something else, like, because it was like I really wanted to play, I think it was like Mario 64 and Pokemon Stadium and that kind of stuff, and I couldn't on the PlayStation, and that's why I was mad. And they didn't know that there was a difference, probably, right? I'm sure all the kids that had a PlayStation 1 also had a great childhood with that. You know? PS1 kids never had the experience of ruining their hand. You didn't ruin your hands, you ruined your controller, no? Are you telling me you didn't ruin at least one controller with Mario Party? No shot. I definitely did. Oh, look at this ugly guy. Wasn't the controller really sharp on the N64? No. The N64 controller had like a round thingy at the top of the stick. It wasn't sharp. All right, next question. Do you think control decks will ever come back? I want to believe, but they seem to be printing nothing but one card combos with their own versions of Poplar as of late. So there's two questions here. Do I think it could come back, or do I think it will? Like, I think it could, absolutely. If they want to make good enough cards to bring control decks back, they can. Okay, why do I have 5 chocolate a la mode? Okay, put those in the giveaway pile. Really not that many rank 5s that I own. That's all. 8. 8 rank 5s. Do you think Zodiac Broad Bowl can come back now? I think Broad Bowl is still really powerful. I don't know if it could come back. I think who could come back is Zodiac Trident. Without a problem. And I wish it would. Why do you have a cringe rank 5? You know, even if I find stuff cringe, if I ever thought it was the best thing to play at a tournament to give me the best chances of topping or whatever, if I want to take the tournament seriously, I'll still play it. So I still own some cards that I consider cringe. Rank 9s. This is 10. All right, Exceed's done. Now fusions. So yeah, I think control decks could come back if they want them to come back. It ties in with the... We had a trap card discussion yesterday because we watched that Jesse video. It ties in with that discussion very well. Basically, if they wanted to, they could put actual like good trap decks in to the game. What level is this? 8. This is 12. Okay, now I'm gonna for this is 9. Well, I know those. 3, 7, 5. Okay. Cash Tira was not a control deck, no. Taj Alam asks, have you had any significant learning moments during your time as a duelist that changed how you play or think about the game? Probably. But that's you're asking about memories from a long time ago, probably. So I'm gonna try and think of some more recent examples that I can definitely remember. I think YCS Bologna was an important learning for me. Just in general, the fact that I was able to do well with a deck that... It basically encouraged me to more often just play what I like. Not always, but like whenever I'm feeling like I don't want to like pressure myself too much in formats where I don't enjoy maybe the top decks or something. Like if that happens again in the near future, I'm probably just going to play something that I like. And if it works out, it works out. If it doesn't work out, it also is fine. So that's one thing I learned. Then I learned for YCS Dortmund, I learned that with modern time rules, playing a deck like Pearly that is relatively slow and pays life points is not a great idea if you have you don't have a solution for timeout, which should be trivial, but there I was somehow not paying attention to that. So yeah, stuff like that. Okay. Why do you have 2 rank 6? Oh, because I thought App Cologne was 5. Did I have no 5s? Okay, well. Oh. What's your favorite Pokemon? My favorite Pokemon is Umbreon, closely followed by Nidoking and Nidoqueen. Those are my favorite Pokemon. Have you played any Yu-Gi-Oh video games besides Duel Links and Master Duel? If so, it's a long time ago. Like, I've played the old Nintendo DS games very frequently. The ones that were all called World Championship, like Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship 2006, 7, 8, 9. I've probably played all of those. Yeah, definitely. Outside of that, I don't know. I always wanted to try Forbidden. Oh, there's 5s. Okay. I wanted to try Forbidden Memories because people really said that's a good game. I have never done that though. I've never played it. How do you define a control deck? I mean, most of Kashtira's effects are meant to punish the opponent when doing something. Isn't that the essence of controlling, even though they went overboard? I would argue the essence of controlling. So I think there's a difference between stopping your opponent from doing things and controlling what your opponent can and cannot do, or like punishing the opponent for doing something. I think the difference is, and that's basically the core difference between a stun and a control deck, is stun decks want your opponent to not play the game, and control decks want to basically interact with the opponent and punish them for doing stuff, for certain things. Like, I don't know, maybe they summon into a torrential tribute, or they overcommit. Is that all the level 5s I have? Is it just Winda and these? Must be. Okay. I think Kashtira had elements of a control deck, I guess. Like, you could argue the like Fenrir is like the closest thing to a control tool in a Kashtira deck. But Kashtira was definitely mostly focused on the stun part with a Rysart rather than the control part with Fenrir. Like, if Kashtira was more of a, like, I think maybe current versions of Kashtira could be classified as somewhat like, it's a mix between mid-range and control, where like you like put up like Unicorn and Fenrir and some non-engine. That's not stun. But yeah. Following up on the Pokemon question, if you had to build a team of 6 Pokemon you like, including a starter and a legendary, how would that look? Do I have to, does it have to be a good team? Or are you just asking for like my top 6 Pokemon? Just which one I like. Okay. Okay, Umbreon, Nidoking, Nidoqueen. Tyranitar. Talonflame. Mm, what is that? 5? Mm, rough. There's a lot of cool ones. I Hitmontop. Hitmontop based. I like a lot more, but yeah. It's funny because I have a lot of the games I played the most as a kid is definitely um Gen 3 and Gen 4. Because for Gen 1 and Gen 2, I was still a little bit too young to be playing like excessively. I still played those, but not as much. Gen 3 and 4 was where I played the most, I think. But most of my favorite Pokemon are from Gen 1 and 2. Like from I looking back, I don't think Gen 3 had that many sick Pokemon. Like I like Latias and Latios. Kyogre and Groudon are fine. But I don't have like any I don't feel super strongly about most of the Pokemon from Gen 3. Blaziken and Sceptile are super cool. See, I don't like either of these. Metagross is cool. Salamence is yeah. Rayquaza is okay. Yeah. I'm not saying there's nothing cool. It's just not that many. Especially, and that was a big deal for me as a kid. That most of those you only get very late into the story. You know, I liked the kind of Pokemon that you could actually play the game with, right? And it's like, well, Latias, Latios, Rayquaza, Kyogre, Groudon, you don't share the kind of memories with those as a kid because you get them like towards the end of the game, right? And it's like, not the same. That's, for example, why I like Luxray so much from Gen 4, because that's the one I always played with Luxray when I was a kid, because you get that super early, and I thought that was cool. So Luxray is up there for me. Wait, this is 9. This is 10. Okay, Mega Fleet is also 10. Rafa is also 10. What is Ulti Gaia Pelio? 3, 6, 10. Shekinaga, 3, 6, 10. Okay, Proskinian is 11. It's the only level 11 synchro I have, apparently. Okay. Dude, remembering the levels on Exceeds is so easy. Remembering the levels on Fusions, I got no idea. Because it never really matters. Fusion. What did I say? Did I say Synchro? Obviously, the level on Synchro matters, but like, I meant Fusion. Next question. Loading. Oh, it's a long one. Neolan asks, have you ever considered doing a stream where you take a broken as in good Yu-Gi-Oh cards and remake them into a better design? For example, you say one card combos are bad for the game, so how do you design Snake Eyes to still be the best deck, but not a one card combo? I think like in general, I'm a big fan of thought experiment when it comes to game balancing. However, like creating custom cards or redesigning cards, errataing cards, I don't find the most interesting approach because it's like super. It has like no practical application. Like it's completely unrealistic. You know, stuff is not. They're not gonna like errata Snake Eyes. So I don't know. That feels weird to me sometimes. Mm, so I don't know if I would like do a redesigning Yu-Gi-Oh cards kind of stream. Not sure. Fry asks, in your honest opinion, is pendulum mechanic dead, or is there no saving to it? We've asked that earlier, but I don't think it's dead. No, I think decks like Melodious prove that you could make interesting decks that use pendulum cards. I'm gonna be honest with you. I hope that the pure pendulum slob combo piles are not gonna return. To be honest, that's not. I understand some people like that. I personally don't. I think pendulum as a mechanic is fine if they just like sprinkle them into other decks, like how Melodious has scales that have some synergy with the deck and so on and so forth. I think that's fine. I don't want crazy over the top pendulum combo decks anymore. You have enough formula synchrons. My dad is complaining that I used the word I forced my dad to buy a Nintendo 64. So, I guess we know who's watching. That's how it was, though. At least that's how I remember it. Mm. Wait, what is? I'm confused. 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, we just don't have any level 5 synchros here. Okay, level 5. Here. Luard, what was your history for each of your Pokemon TCG decks? Uh, there is no history. I don't have Pokemon TCG decks. I played one. I guess I've played 2 Pokemon TCG tournaments in my life, really. One was the German National Championship in 2014, I think. I played Darkrai EX, the Junk Hunt one with like Sableye and stuff. That was pretty cool. I liked that one. Uh, and I played a regional like a couple years ago. I don't know exactly when. Maybe there are any active Pokemon players in chat. You can tell me which year the format I'm referring to is. But it was basically because I occasionally I play VGC, but because I have some friends playing VGC that I know from back in the day, so occasionally I like to go to VGC tournaments, mainly just to hang out. Essentially, not because I actually want to play VGC that much. I like the game, but it's like it's the main reason I go is because I want to hang out with those people, right? And so for that regional, they always do VGC and TCG together. And for that regional, I didn't get a ticket for the VGC tournament. It was sold out too fast. I didn't get one. And so I decided, well, I'm just going to play TCG then. I'll still go. I'll play TCG. And for that one, I played, I think it was Zoroark GX. With that ability that discards 1 and draws 2. And there was like there was fighting energy in it as well. I think it was for Lycanroc. I think that format. So you guys can tell me which format that was. 2018? Is it that long ago? Really? God, I would have not, I would have thought it was that long ago. Well, okay, maybe. It could be. I thought it was like 3 years ago. No, but usually when I go to Pokemon tournaments, it's for VGC. Yeah. Don't old me, chat. Hübmeier asks, if you could live in a different country for a prolonged period of time, like 3 to 6 months, which country would you move to? Which country would I think would be cool to live in for a couple months? I think Japan would be nice. Like I said earlier, I think Japan is cool. I wouldn't want to live there forever. For a couple years could be cool. Oh, Rip Savage. I also really want to, it's more like something where I want to travel to, but I do want to go to the Nordic countries, like Sweden, Norway, Finland. Have never been to any of those. I also mixed up level 7 and level 8 just now. Gotta clear up that mess in a moment. Hold up. Six months of Maxi. Okay, yeah, maybe it's not Japan. Changed my mind. This was level 6. This is level 7. Okay. And this is level 8. No level 9s here. Dude, I have 5 Barons. Which cards get sleeved? So originally I wanted to sleeve every ultra rare and above, but then I realized, or I'm halfway through, I ran out of sleeves. So now I'm just kind of picking stuff that is higher rarity / a little more expensive to sleeve. And then I'm just gonna have to order some sleeves and sleeve the rest later. Oh yeah. Next question by Tara LX. How would you feel about allowing siding only after the first game in a best of 3? My hope is that it would encourage siding in good cards for a matchup instead of going first or second blowouts respectively. The issue might be whoever won the first game just siding going second blowouts after all. We've obviously had that talk, I think, on the Side Deck podcast recently. So I think in general, I wouldn't be opposed to a rule change to side decking. But I think the problem is, in general, it's probably just like, because, for example, since we just talked about Pokemon, in the Pokemon TCG, they just don't have side decks, right? Which sounds crazy, but if you really think about it, I don't think it's that bad of a thing. It has pros and cons, basically. It definitely has disadvantages because you can't play situational cards, or if you do play situational cards in Pokemon, it can definitely happen that you draw them in a matchup where they suck and you can't really do anything about it. That's kind of awkward sometimes. But in general, it does stop people from side decking auto win cards in certain matchups, right? Like you can't do that in Pokemon. If you want to play a card that is really good in a certain matchup, you have to main deck it, and you have to live with the fact that you're gonna draw it in matchups where it's not good, right? Which I think that's a fair balancing thing, right? To certain cards, right? But yeah. Lorcana has a really elegant solution for that. Just ink the cards that are not good in the matchup. Yes, I think the Lorcana ink system is very good. I like that one a ton. Okay, and that is the synchros. What is ink? Ink is basically the mana in Lorcana. The way you get mana in Lorcana is you don't have to play lands for it. You just you put cards from your hand, any cards that are inkable. You put those down as ink. So you can decide which cards you want to keep in your hand, basically, and which cards you want to use as that resource. Should probably sleeve the homie. It's kind of, yeah, it reminds me of Duel Masters, yes. Duel Masters had the same thing, right? Okay. So now we have a different problem to solve. Because we're technically done with sorting the main box. Not completely, but I was afraid we're not going to be able to finish because this was the most important stuff to sort everything into the main box. But what we haven't done yet is two things. The first thing is we haven't sorted out like duplicates. Like for example, I through the darks, I haven't looked at like I haven't sorted them by playsets, right? Like it's like I don't know, like for example, which I don't know, like my Shadol dragons, if I have multiple copies, they might be all over the place in this box. I haven't sorted that portion yet. We could do that, but I also have to find a solution for the fact that not everything is fitting in this box anymore. Because right now, the fusions are not in. They might fit in here though. The extra deck stuff might all go into one thingy. But the fire monsters, which are these, they definitely don't fit anywhere. And in the other box, I also put the quick play spells in another box, and they don't fit in here anymore. So, I can take the ritual monsters out, and then the fusions definitely fit. So I still have all of the extra deck stuff in one row. That fits kind of perfectly, you know, like this. Yeah, that's perfect. Even if I sleeve some of the cards later, that's still gonna fit. That's all right. That's all right. I think what happens if I just move? Where's spells? Okay, this is spells. Let me remove the spell cards real quick. I also haven't sorted out staples yet. I want to put staples in an extra box. Maybe we have to go through everything once more and sort out all the staples. That could also make some room, to be fair, although I don't think that makes up the biggest portion. So in theory, if I do it this way, Shot Phoenix, thank you for the tier 1 sub, and Schwamp, thank you for the 4 months. Appreciate you guys. Ace Invasive, thank you for the 10 months as well. Isn't the extra deck limit of 15 cards a good thing? It keeps people from playing everything and forces prioritization of what's most useful. I think I'm fine with the extra deck limit, yes. So, extra deck, main deck monsters all fit into these 3 rows at the moment. Can I fit? I can't fit all the spell cards into the last remaining row, so I'm probably gonna move. What if I just move spell traps to a different thingy? To the other box. I guess I'm gonna have to use 2 boxes from here on out. We've exceeded our limits. So, okay. Take out the traps. Those are the traps. Whoa. Yeah. And take out the spells. Okay. I'll put all spell traps into, and I guess this is just future space for when I add more cards, which is gonna happen because we're already running out of space in these 3 rows. So I guess I don't have to worry about what I put in here because that's gonna fill itself at some point anyway. That's okay. And then the second box. So this was the box we took the cards out of, or I took the cards out of this morning or earlier. These other 2 rows are mostly Edison cards. I don't think, looking at the time, I don't think I'm going to sort my Edison stuff today, but I'm going to use this box from now on. I'm going to remove the Edison cards and I'm going to use this one for spell traps. Yeah, so let's do that real quick. See how much space that takes up. Normal spells. When will the VODs of the last couple streams be uploaded to the VOD channel? The last video is from last week. That's because I wasn't streaming. The first stream of this week was yesterday. The reason for that is that I have a Challenger Cup tomorrow. So I'm going to be live tomorrow again. And then on Saturday, we're going to be watching day 1 of YCS Indie. So I'm going to be live on Saturday. And then on Sunday, we're going to be watching day 2 of YCS Indie. So I'm going to be live on Sunday as well. And so in order to not have to be live 7 days of the week, I didn't stream Monday and Tuesday. So yeah. That's why there hasn't been that much on the VOD channel, because there isn't anything to upload from Monday and Tuesday. Okay. We have the field spells. The continuous spell here. Normal trap cards. Okay, so spell traps currently comfortably fit into 2 rows here. So I guess I can even, for now, I can leave the Edison stuff in here. So the thing that's left, the one thing I want to do is I want to decide which staples I want to keep in a separate box. Which staples I want to keep somewhere else. Ooh, I'm just seeing something. Extra sleeves. Okay, when we go through and we see something that needs to be sleeved, because it's criminal if it's left unsleeved, we can sleeve it, because I found some sleeves laying around. Sweet. Okay. Okay, sorting out staples. Let's begin with the monster. Yeah. Sleeve the CR Anguish? You can't make me. Laka, which consequences does it have for you if Europe or Germany continues to not host big tournaments like YCSs for the next couple years? Is streaming YouTube enough in that scenario for you as a content creator? How do you think it would affect the game in itself? First of all, I don't think that's happening. I think it's just a matter of I hope and I think we're gonna get YCSs again next season. If there were no YCSs in the long term for me, the game would definitely be a lot less interesting for me personally. In terms of content creation itself, I don't think it matters that much for me personally, because like I don't create that much content around YCSs, right? Like it's like one deck profile every 2 months or something, right? So not that big of a deal. But for me personally, from a non-content creator perspective, like from a Yu-Gi-Oh player perspective, obviously it's really important to have tournaments. No question. So if there was no big competitions for Yu-Gi-Oh in the long term, I probably would play it a lot less and a lot more like casual, like Time Wizard formats and all that kind of stuff. However, I don't believe that that's the direction that we're heading in. Also, this is way too tight here because I can't really grab the cards. I need to do something about that. I need to like swap. Maybe it's fine after I take out the staples. Yeah. Okay. So Droll classifies as a staple. Mourner classifies as a staple. Stratos is not a staple. Not a staple, not a staple. Okay, I have multiple mourners, but I think for some staples, I like having multiple copies because sometimes I build multiple decks, or sometimes I also borrow entire decks to friends. Like recently, Eugen visited and wanted to go with me to locals. And he was like, "Can you borrow me a deck?" And so I said yes. And so I needed multiple copies of some of the staples. How many copies of playset staples do people generally own in this game? I don't think my collection is an average representation of a Yu-Gi-Oh player. I think I'm a hoarder and I have way too many cards that like I technically don't need, but I like having all the options available as a competitive player. I think most people have like one set of staples, maybe max two, and I think that's how I want to handle it as well. I don't think I'm gonna keep more than like, for example, I know that I have 9 Nibiru's because I borrowed a playset of Nibiru's from Pack, I think at some YCS. It must have been Bologna. I think for just for testing on Friday. And I forgot to give him back, and I offered to buy him new ones, but he said he didn't want him. He didn't need him. So I definitely have too many Nibiru's. I know that. But yeah. Normally I think like having a second playset if you wanna in case you want to build a second deck is reasonable. Is that Burge I hear in the background? Yeah, my window is open. Can you hear that? Can you hear the birds? They are being rather loud right now. Well, I don't mind that. I think it's cool. Oh, this is banned. It's also banned. That's all of the light staples. Dude, that's a lot. Just for light monsters already? The staples box is going to be large. Maybe everything does fit in here if that continues. Hold up. Maybe? I guess it was light and wind. How much convincing will you need to play Salamangreat at German Nationals? It's not one of the decks in my closer consideration right now. So I probably won't play it. Oh, yeah. Next question. Do you have any tips for new-ish content creators? A lot of people keep messaging me about their decks. If I can coach them or help in a private call. I like to interact with everyone, but it's too much sometimes. At the same time, I don't want to come off as rude. How do you handle that? There was times where I was doing that, right? I would help people with their decks when they would message me about them and all that kind of stuff. The problem is that did get out of hand at a certain point, right? So the reality is just now, I think, like, it's just too many people that are messaging me on a very frequent basis about like, hey, can you help me with this deck? Can you give me input on that deck? And it's just not something I can feasibly do. And I hope that people understand that, basically. And if someone doesn't understand that, then I guess they're gonna feel mad at me for not responding or not helping them with their deck. But that's I think it's reasonable of me to say, like, you know, keep those questions for when I'm live or when I'm doing a deck doctor or whatever, and that's, I think, fine. Because I do provide, like, I answer most things in chat when people come up and ask nicely, right? It's just like, technically, there's no need to message me, like, in private or something to give you an opinion on something, because I'm live like the majority of the days of the week. So just ask me then, you know. Poggers. The 57 for consistency. Nice. And so it's just a matter of, you know, when you're a content creator, just communicate that, and then people should be fine with that. And if they're not, I don't think it's your fault. You don't have to feel bad for getting like too many messages to the point where you can't answer all of them. Does that include deck doctors? I mean, like, literally, it's like the amount of people that send me a deck list and are like, what do you think of this, is like outrageous. If I wanted to do that to everyone, I'd probably spend like a long time every day just to go over those deck lists, right? And it's like, I don't have the time for that, unfortunately. But people are gonna have to wait until I do a deck doctor stream for that or something. Was there 3 gold rare rolls? No, I have gold rare rocket tracers, I think. Because at the time when I was considering Dragon Link for some tournament, there was no one with an English playset, I think, of the other version of Tracer. So I decided to just get those just in case I want to play it. But I don't like the fact that those are my only tracers. But I also haven't been wanting to play Rocket in a long time, so I wasn't worried about replacing them. Okay. You overlooked 1 Chaos Hunter? Did I? I mean, there's 3 here. That's fine. If I have extras, I'm gonna sort them out at some point from the... Like, I'm gonna remove extra copies out of these boxes at some point. I don't think... I think it's gonna be too long today. I think we're already gonna be going longer than 5 p.m. Which is fine, but I think removing duplicates from the boxes is gonna be a little bit too long. Dude, that's a lot of... That's a lot of staples, dude. Okay. Maybe we can't fit the spell traps back in. I don't think so, but maybe. Okay. Water monster. That's definitely a stable. Even though I think water doesn't have that many. I guess Gamma Seal counts. Actually, no. I play Kaiju so rarely, I would rather look for them in my attribute box than going through them in my staples all the time. Yeah, water doesn't have... Dude, water is no staples outside of Dogwood. And Earth. Earth should have more. Right? Retaliating Sea, Fenrir. I'll not put Alpha in my staples box. Bell. Yeah, Molchummy Pirellia is going to go into that box. What's Pancratops at? Is it back at 3 or is it 2? I think it's 2, right? Contact C. I guess I'll put 3 there anyways. Anyone remember this guy? Remember Homem Cogumelo 2? Yeah, me neither. Yeah, I have 9 bells as well. Don't need those. Bell is in Rarity Collection 2, right? I think I'm gonna get the alt art bells in like collector's rare. I actually think the alt art bell is fine. I think the biggest thing that got first one. Oh, but alt art. So there's no alt art bell in Rarity Collection 1, right? Or did it have both? Oh, so there is no bell in right. I even have Rarity Collection bells here. Anyways, low key, what I was gonna say, I think the alt arts on some of these, on like, I think specifically, I like the alt art on Ghost Ogre, Bell, and Mourner. I think they're cool alt arts. They were mostly held back by the fact that they were only available in gold rare for a long period of time. And I think the fact that they are now in nice rarities in Rarity Collection 2, I want to like, I'm considering picking those up. Droll as well, by the way. Droll, I think, has a cool alt art that always... I never liked it because it was gold rare for the most time, right? I'm thinking about getting alt art Drolls from Rarity Collection 2. You see Impulse plus Fire... Nah, that stays here. That doesn't go into Staples box. You missed Lava Golems? Yeah, that was on purpose. I don't need more than 3 Lava Golems in my Staples box. I'm probably going to sort out the other ones at some point. So I don't want my Staples box to be infinite cards either, because then I still have to look through it like a very long time. For staples, by the way, I could see myself using a binder just for the staples. If they all fit into one binder nice and clean, that might be fine. Yeah. Rituals don't really have staples, do they? Okay. Yeah, the spells still don't fit. Even after removing all the staples, the spells don't fit. Maybe what I could do is I could put all the staples here. But I don't know if they would fill up the entire thingy. They would probably fall over because it's not enough. Okay. Saravis is kind of a staple. Okay, I'll put Saravis there. Sure. Whatever. Hygiantic asks, would you rather do a Ray or a Gabonga cosplay? Neither. Kix asks, what's your favorite deck of all time in the history of the game? Paleozoics. There's a lot of decks that I really like, and it is close, but Paleozoic is my favorite deck of all time. I really like Necros, I like Dragon Ruler. There's a lot of stuff that I really like. I like Runic decks, you know that. But I like Shaddoll a lot. And then also a lot of really nostalgic, like really old stuff I like, but I think nothing really comes close to Paleo. Rhoda is a staple. Foolish. Change of Heart. Dark Ruler no more. Pot of Desires. Talents. Pot of Desires. Lightning Storm. Terraforming. Prosperity. Change of Heart. Reborn. Slayer. Why not Dark Hole? Technically Dark Hole is a staple, but I just don't play it often enough to justify. Because if I put too many cards into the staple box, it kind of loses its purpose. Because it's supposed to be cards that you use often, so you find them faster. If I put all of these cards in here, then I'm not gonna find my cards faster because I put too many cards into the staple box. You know what I mean? Like Upstart Goblin, for example, is a card that I don't think I'm gonna put in there, even though it's technically a generic staple. But I don't play Upstart very often, so I don't want to basically have it in there every time I go through it. And like Darkhold Raigeki and such, I don't play those very often. Or Pot of Extravagance, something like that, you know? Me personally, I don't consider those staples, at least for me. I don't play them that often. Put Upstart in Edison? I have enough Upstarts for Edison, yeah. And that is it. Spells. And now quick play spells. Now the big question is, do I put one set of runics in here because I play them so often? Probably, right? I'll probably put one set of runics. Twin Twister. Ah, Twin Twister happens so rarely these days. Freezing Curses is basically Chalice. That's true. Beard Ride. Okay, here we go. My favorite runic. By the way, I upgraded my runics when Mega Pack came out. I upgraded my runics into the Ultra and Secrets, and then I downgraded again because it didn't make me happy. I missed the OGs. I have the same feeling about my Bystials, even though I haven't downgraded these yet. I'm playing my Secret Druisworm, Terranir, and Magnamute still, but I have the urge to downgrade again for some reason. I'm missing the OG supers. So I still have my ultra rare runics because you can never have enough runics, right? And they did come in handy because Eugen, at the locals where Eugen visited me, he wanted to play a runic deck and I wanted to play a runic deck. So the fact that I had 2 runic cores was actually clutch. But yeah. That's a lot of quick play spells. Paradise Demon, thank you for the prime. Next question. Hi, would you please make a video tutorial on how to play specific archetypes, especially control decks, with commentaries about why and when you should make some moves and what mistakes you can avoid in-game or in the deck building? Thanks. This is a topic that's been requested a good amount. And I do want to do that. Like more in detail, in depth, how to play Yu-Gi-Oh kind of content, right? It's just the problem is that that needs a lot of work beforehand, and I haven't put in that work yet. But it is on the list of things that I want to do. Yes, like how to play that deck or whatever. These are the good fountains. Don't really think there's any like staple field spells. I have a chicken game now. I can put that here. Chicken game classifies, I think. No. Continuous, I'm not sure. Ishiro Segura, thank you for the prime. Appreciate that. In general, I have a question now. It's my time to ask a question. How do you guys like the stream? How are we enjoying the vibes? Is it an enjoyable experience? Is this something we can do more often, like a Q&A kind of something? But I can tell the numbers are a little bit lower than usual, but that's okay because, like, I mean, I know this is not for everyone. And this is something I need to be doing anyways, so I might as well share it with you guys if people like it, you know? So, yeah. Okay, that's all the spells. And now traps. I don't think I'm going to put many traps as staples. Because I have, like, it's like imperm, evenly. That might be it. The Ruma, I guess. E-barrier. That counts. Wait, is that all? I have more D-barriers. I know I played one D-barrier in my Melodious deck. That's still in here. Okay, there's the second one. But where's my third Karma Cannon? Did I miss it? Okay, it's not here yet. Did I put it into the paleo pile earlier? I did. Okay. Imperms. I want to make a tier limit deck, but tier limit cash tira is too expensive. How much is tier limit cash tira? Like 12? 15? Is it the only thing that's expensive about tier? I guess SP. Or is it more? More like 20? Oh, okay. Yeah, that's a good chunk. For a deck that arguably is like, it's fun, but it is rogue. So I can understand that. Thank you, Christian. Appreciate that. Okay, next question. Ulti asks, are you from Germany and will you try to qualify for the World Championships? I am from Germany, but I will not try to qualify for the World Championships. I'm not going to put floodgates into my staple pile. Counter traps. I'm honestly not going to put, I guess, Solemn Judgment goes in here. That's it. Okay, those are all staples. Okay, that's a lot. Yeah. They definitely don't fit into one deck box. But what I could use, I have something that might work. Hold up. I could put them in a binder at some point, but I have this. This is something I used for a long time. This is like a 3-compartment deck box that I used to. I usually when I went to tournaments, I brought 2 deck boxes, one that my deck was in, and one that a lot of cards that I wanted to bring. Because obviously you can't bring all these cards, right? I used this box to bring stuff that I might want to play, right? Like in here. Does this fit all the staples? I'm not sure. So Rivas is a staple? Yeah, not really. I could. They do fit. Okay, I can use that as my staple box for now and bring it like to tournaments or something. That's okay. All right. Okay, what do we have here? Banned cards. All right. Dude, I can already tell that this was a massive help to my a massive improvement to my situation, dude, because I really needed that. For how long are you planning to stream for today? I don't really care how long it goes, as long as we have meaningful things to sort to talk about. I'm gonna keep going. I think we can. Should we go into the Edison stuff, dude? That's at least like an hour or two. But maybe we. I mean, yeah, probably should do that at some point. It needs to get done anyway. So since we're all here, let's do the Edison stuff as well. It's a lot, but okay. Yeah, okay. I don't know what I want to sort my Edison stuff by, first of all. But I guess we can talk about that while we go. Let me get this stuff out of here first. It's mostly Edison. Some of it is also I have in theory, I have the cards for other retro formats as well. Like I think I have a full Infernity deck for 2012 or 11. Tengu Plant. I think I have Tengu Plant Infernity. How far are we with the questions? We are on question 120 out of 163, so we still got some. How much longer until the next subathon? I mean, I've never done a subathon, so the next subathon would be the first subathon. I don't know when or if that's gonna happen. It's a lot of prep work that needs to be done, because I would wanna combine it with some sort of charity stream as well, because I find it weird, because like normally when I stream, I'm completely happy with the money that I make. So just like streaming more and having you guys pay for it for me to stream more is like a concept that I don't feel like doing. I don't feel like I need to do it. And yeah. So I've been thinking about like maybe doing a different concept of like the longer I stream, I stream longer, the more we collect for a charity or something like that, right? And I'm still making money because I stream, right? Like from the subs and all that kind of stuff, right? But like the more money you donate to a charity instead of just giving it to me, the longer we stream. The problem with that is I got no idea how to set that up, right? Like I've never done a charity stream, which is something I also really want to look into. But like, how do I track the progress? Which charity do we use? Ideally, I would want to include different charities so you guys can select which one you want to, which one you guys find the best or whatever. So that's basically what's going on in my mind for that, right? Like I want to make like if I want to do that, I want to do that, but I don't know when that's gonna happen. But like my idea is like we do like a charity subathon where it goes longer the more you guys donate somewhere, and I'll still have something from it because I'll get the normal money I get from streaming, right? It's not like, because like subathon is basically just streaming, but you get even more money, and it's like, well, I'm not unhappy with the money I make from regular streams, so I don't feel the need to do that. So yeah, that's my situation on that. But it's probably happening. That sort of thing is probably happening at some point. Anyways. I'm sorry to ask, but do you know what day yesterday's Heart of the Cast will be uploaded to YouTube? It's always Saturday. It's always, we try to always do it Saturday. Sometimes we forget, or sometimes we don't make it in time, but the usual upload is always Saturday, 3 or 4 p.m. I think, European Standard Time, whatever. Okay. The problem... Ooh, base sleeves. The problem with the Edison, basically, my Edison cards are basically divided into 2 piles. Because, and this is a very me thing, I don't know if anyone shares this sentiment, but when I'm playing retro formats, I really, really like playing with retro cards. What I mean by that, let me see if I can find an example of 2 cards that I have the retro version and the current version. Card Trooper. Ignore the difference in rarities, because there's also new ultra rare card troopers, but there's a difference in print on these 2, right? You can see how on the left, this is a modern print card and it has like a bigger image, and also smaller text and the, like all that kind of stuff, right? And there's less room for where they put the stars and all that. Like it has a different feel to it. And when I'm personally playing retro formats, I prefer having old cards. However, this is not how I've always felt about Edison format, because when I started playing Edison format, I really liked that you could get those decks for super, super cheap. and I would just grab and the cheapest version of cards are usually the newer versions, right? And so I have a bunch of Edison stuff like in the new style, but I kind of keep my collection split between the just they exist and then the nice stuff for when I build a really nice deck. I have those too, right? So I kind of have to split my collection in half basically for Edison. So I think that's the thing I want to do first. Right? Like there's a difference, even though there is new and now in the rarity collection, there's nice versions of Raikou. Like nothing is gonna hit home like the OG Light of Destruction Raikou, right? Even I'm not gonna upgrade the Raikous into like collector's rare or something. That'd be weird, champ. This is my Amaryllis deck, I think, but I kind of want to reset all my Edison decks. QCR Raikou goes hard though. I mean, if you like it, by all means. I'm not trying to talk you out of it. It's my personal experience. Playing with OG Dark End, I don't have an OG Dark End, no. I will say, my level of what I'm willing to spend on a Yu-Gi-Oh card has definitely changed over the course of the last couple years. Let's say it like that. Because I definitely remember there's streams where I said I would never spend the money that, for example, an Ulti Caius is worth. And I do own Ulti Caiuses now, so that has changed. Because my perspective has changed. I will say, the reason why I can afford cards is because I'm making money that I'm happy with, and I also am spending it mostly on Yu-Gi-Oh cards. It's not like I have many other things I have to spend money on. You know, we don't have kids, we don't have a car, all that kind of stuff. You know, like a lot of stuff that some people struggle with financially, we don't have. But yeah, there's some cards in here that I would have not thought, like, I don't know, a couple of years ago that I would spend the money on those. But yeah. Why are we unsleeving? Because these are not KMCs. So I just these are actually the Team Sam sleeves. How do you like them? They're all right. At first I was a little off put by the fact that when you put in the card into the Supreme Pros, it looks like this. There's a lot of room at the top, which I thought was weird in the beginning. That threw me off. But after you play with them a little bit, they move up on their own. Like you see this Heavy Storm, this is in the sleeve after I played with the deck a little bit. It looks like this, which is a lot more reasonable, right? Whereas like, you know, because after you shuffle and all that, they kind of position themselves in the sleeves better. So I think they're all right. I think they're all right. They don't beat, for me, they don't beat the Hypermats, but they're good. You see, here's a better comparison because it's basically the same rarity. The Hidden Armory and the common Hidden Armory, right? There's a difference. This one feels more nostalgic to me, which I'm looking for that when I'm playing retro formats. Why is there a Steel Swarm? Oh, that's for... this is for... I have... Okay, there's some stuff here that is non-Edison as well. This, I think, is for Tengu Plant format, which I was planning to make a deck for at some point. How much do you spend on cards per month? That varies. It depends. If there's a set that comes out that, you know, if there's a set that comes out that has a lot of stuff that I need, to be fair, one thing that is fair to mention, a lot of it is also sponsoring based. You know, I do get some of the deals that I have with sponsors include getting cards from them. So not there's definitely cards that I have that I wouldn't have if that wasn't the case, right? Like if I had to buy them, basically. That's definitely a thing. Here's the Infernity deck I have for... Okay, this is other stuff. What's your favorite sleeve color? My favorite sleeves these days are genuinely like some OCG sleeves. And like the world sleeves and that kind of stuff. I like that. I don't know. For like the decks that I really like, I like putting fancy sleeves on them. Oh, and what I also have is I have the cards for like no one plays this. No one plays this, but I have a perfect circle deck in theory, I think, completely. Yeah. Are you sponsored by Konami? I love to consistently get free boxes. I am sponsored by Konami for the Challenger Cup streams, but I do not get boxes from Konami. No, that's not how that works. Basically, what I'm doing right now, I'm sorting between formats. This is other retro formats. This is Edison nice looking. And this is Edison the rest. Beep, 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 beep. Basically, I'm sorting between old print, new print, and other retro formats right now. Did you see the Bolivian Nationals top 16 paleo deck? No, I have not. Just some extra deck stuff. That's old print. That's old print. That's new print. Was it a tier paleo? I think I've seen a tier paleo actually recently. Maybe it was that, what you're referring to. It was pure paleo? Let's continue with the questions. I forgot about that. Next question is by loading. No username. Would you rather fight one Sleipnir-sized Hugin or 10 Hugin-sized Sleipnirs? I know why you didn't put a username. One Sleipnir-sized Hugin or 10 Hugin-sized Sleipnirs? Dude, both of those are awkward to fight. Because I got no beef with them. Okay, which one would be easier to beat? It's got to be the Hugin-sized Sleipnirs, right? Actually, how big is Hugin? Because if she's like normal human sized, then it's like 10 horses the size of a human. I can't beat that. I can't even beat one human-sized horse, probably. If she's smaller, because she's a fairy, then that. Don't look at the cards I'm unsleeving right now. I'll sleeve them soon, I promise. What is your favorite playmat? I don't have many playmats. I'm not that big into playmats. I have a couple ones I like though that I did get. I like the two Time Wizard ones that they've done so far. The super nimble mega hamster one and the what was the other one before that? The the Light and Darkness Dragon. Yeah, that one's really cool. So those are two that I have. I really like this one actually. I only got it recently, but I've seen it a while ago and I really wanted it, so I'm happy I have that one. And I have the Rhoda playmat. The Rhoda playmat also goes hard. And I have the there was one, I don't even know what it's called. And I have this one, which I picked up because I really liked it. I forgot what product it's from. I can't show it you here right at the moment because there's cards, but like here, this one. I forgot what this what the thing was where they have it from. It was like I think it was from the release of the Legend of Blue Eyes, the 25th. Yeah, I think that one. Yeah, that one. I like that one. I also have I don't know where it is right now, but I have the gigantic sprite one from YCS Japan. I bought that one while we were in Japan for Worlds. That one's cool. But yeah, I have like that's like the 5 or 6 mats that I have. As well as my team play mat that I play events on. But that's basically it. The one that I usually use on stream, the blue one with the zones, I only have that because I think it's the best one for like visuals on stream, right? That's why I have that one. Because it's simple, doesn't have any distracting designs. You can just clearly see what's going on. That's why I have that one. There are more playmats that I think are really cool that I just unfortunately don't have. One of which is the really, really old regional playmat that has zones on it and pretty much nothing else. If you know which one I'm talking about, you know. That one is unfortunately incredibly expensive, and I wasn't willing to pay that money for it because I have enough playmats, I feel like. Okay, I am noticing that I have done this at some point before. Like all of this is old print water monsters. I've done this sorting at some point in the past. Maybe even on a stream. I don't remember exactly. But I've definitely done this at some point. That makes my day a little bit easier today. Do you still have your worlds, Matt? No. The world's mat I don't have anymore. I didn't think it was that nice. And I have the trophy as memorabilia. I don't feel attached to the playmat. Or I didn't feel attached to the playmat. Next question. Circular asks, MathMech Circular to 3, question mark. No. Next question. With all the new TCGs coming out as of late with much better pricing or even tournament structure, are you looking to get into any of them? I am playing Lorcana at the moment, but not to the extent that I'm playing Yu-Gi-Oh! And I don't think it's ever going to replace Yu-Gi-Oh! For me, because like I said, I don't play Yu-Gi-Oh! For the pricing. I don't think the tournament structure for Yu-Gi-Oh! Is bad. So yeah, I don't know. I am open to playing other card games. To me, in my head, in my world, they are not competing with each other to like a great extent. Obviously, they are competitors in the real world. I know that, but for me personally, it's like obviously there's time constraints, but in theory, I could see myself playing one game. Like Yu-Gi-Oh! Is always going to be my main game as long as I enjoy it as much as I do at the moment. And while that's the case, I'm probably not gonna super try hard any other game. At the moment, I'm playing Lorcana with my fiance a little bit. And we are considering going to the local store every once in a while as well, because they also have Lorcana. So that's the extent to which I'm playing Lorcana at the moment, and that feels good to me as well. Like as long as I have Yu-Gi-Oh, I don't feel like the huge need to go into much more competition with Lorcana. So that's fine. But I'm definitely checking out other card games from time to time. Not because I'm looking for a replacement, just because I like card games, you know? What Lorcana deck are you playing? We have 3 decks built at the moment, and we kind of swap around of which one we play. We have the it's all before set 4. It's because I think there's a new set that just came out. But we have the purple red bounce deck. We have the red and blue popsicles, and we have steel songs. The yellow and steel. I still have trouble remembering the names of the colors in Lorcana. And up. Bomba Atomica asks, I'm studying computer science like you did. If you weren't a streamer, how would you have mixed work with playing Yu-Gi-Oh! At high levels? I mean, how I've always done it before streaming, right? Like, it's just, it takes up more of your free time, quote unquote, if you don't have, like, if I didn't have the time I spent on stream with the game, I would have to do that off stream, which would require more time, right? So I guess it would have it. I don't know if it would be a problem or not, but while I was studying and while I was like in school and university and all that, I was always juggling Yu-Gi-Oh and other stuff. But I guess it's harder to juggle. Like, it's easier to juggle school and Yu-Gi-Oh than it is to juggle a job and Yu-Gi-Oh. I guess that's fair enough. Tony Khalil asks, been trying out Naturia Runic Sprite on Master Duel. It feels a little weak though. Do you have any tips for building this deck just to give it a bit more of an edge? Naturia Runic Sprite is an interesting combination. I don't know if I would put Sprite cards into the Naturia deck. Even though in theory, like, Sprite cards are technically playable in every single Runic deck because you're always going to summon Hugin. So it's never bad to draw Blue Jet. Even Red Carrot can be fine. Yeah. I think like the problem with Runic decks in general is not what you pair it with. I think you're always going to struggle in Master Duel with the current Forbidden and Limited list situation. Like, that's not something you can really change. I think that's more something you have to accept when you're playing a Runic deck in Master Duel. What's this proxy for? I don't remember. Zodiac asks, what was your worst experience playing against someone in terms of unfun gameplay or behavior of the other player? For example, who would rule shark? Do you have any advice how to avoid it? Oh, what was the worst one? I don't know exactly. It's if there is something that I would remember, I think it's a long time ago. Because I don't remember any super unpleasant things. And I also don't really want to call out anyone now, but I guess I'd have to remember anything first. I'm not sure. Yeah, I don't know. I really don't know right now what I would say to that. I don't have an answer or a crazy call out or a crazy situation that happened recently. It's not even that that stuff hasn't happened, but I'm gonna be honest with you, even if I'm thinking of stuff right now, I don't even remember the situation anymore. Like, it wasn't so bad to the point that I exactly know what happened and what they did. It's just like I definitely had opponents that didn't feel nice to play against or did something shaky or shady towards the end. But there's nothing like outrageous I have right now, unfortunately. You managed to get your ticket for Euros yet? I did get a ticket. Yes, thanks to Farfa. And by the way, Farfa sent me the link and reminded me because I remembered in the morning that it was happening on that day, and then I forgot about it. Anyways, even though I was like, yeah, later I'm gonna have to do it, and then I forgot. There is another wave though, right after Nationals. Dawn Mind Freak asks, what are your top 3 boss monster artworks in Yu-Gi-Oh? Mine are Chengying, Masterpiece, and Chaos Angel. Ooh, that's an interesting question. I don't know. I'd have to think about that. Favorite? Name some boss monsters with dope artworks, chat. I need inspiration. I like Dark Armed Dragon a lot. From back in the day. Cool boss monsters. Gigantic with the Gabonga, obviously. Runic Fountain? Nah. Like, Runics, I think Runics have cool artworks, but they definitely don't have the best boss monsters of all time. Like, look, I'm not delusional. For me, it would probably be more old school stuff than for you guys, right? Like, I'm thinking of Judgment Dragon, Dark Armed Dragon right now. I'm thinking of all kinds of those cards, right? Like Absolute Zero, that kind of stuff. I guess I'm old. I guess I am old. Heraclinos is also insane, yeah. Alex asks, hey Josh, I tend to tilt pretty easily when playing Master Duel. I'm sure you faced frustrating circumstances in TCG tournaments. What tips do you have on keeping your cool when things aren't going your way so it doesn't affect your play? This is one of the things that's probably easier said than done, because there's definitely moments like this for me as well. And I don't always handle it well. I guess it also depends. Sometimes it depends on your day-to-day, like how are you feeling on that day? Sometimes it affects you more, sometimes it affects you less. So it's hard to say, like generally something that always works, but I think what I've learned over the long term is definitely the fact that tilting, this is a very it's a very rational take, and I know in those situations it's probably hard to think that way, but tilting really hurts your chances of doing well in a tournament, right? Like if you lose round 5 or something in a really frustrating way, tilting at that point is just really bad for you in the long run, right? And that is something that I just don't want a situation like that to negatively impact my entire tournament run, right? And so I try to avoid it. Yeah, it's a very unemotional answer, I suppose. Like you have to, like, for the sake of doing well in the tournament, you have to like try to handle it better, I guess. Just don't. Yeah, just don't tilt, basically. Long story short. Just don't tilt forehead. Dude, I'm noticing this right now. I have even the nichest shit for Edison format. Like, why was I ever gonna need Neospatian Glow Moss, dude? Or Battery Man. Moja. Dude, I have it all. Yeah, casually owning 7 patches because it's like a side deck staple for Edison. Makes sense. Yep. Mm-hmm. Magic the Gathering has 9 cards called the Power 9. They are unbelievably broken and banned in nearly all formats. If you had to create a list of Power 9 for Yu-Gi-Oh, which 9 cards would you choose? I think we've had that talk before, but I forgot what we said. So I think it should be old cards if you want it to be comparable with Power 9, because those are really, really old and OG cards, right, for Magic. So I'm thinking like Painful Choice, Pot of Greed, Graceful Charity. Those are definitely part of it, right? Pot of Greed, Graceful, Painful Choice, the one that looks at your hand, the Forceful Sentry, Confiscation, Delinquent Duo. So that's 6. What past those? Scientist? I don't, for some reason, I don't find Scientist as iconic as the other ones. I really don't. I wouldn't include Scientist in that. Like Last Will maybe, but even that, like Last Will, I think Last Will, ironically, think about that. Like all of those cards we just mentioned are all either legal in GOAT and being played or not played, or not legal, right? Last Will is allowed in GOAT format, right? I think Last Will is legal in GOAT. So I don't think it can count. Change of heart, maybe. Change of heart, I think can count. It is? Yeah, it's legal. It's legal. It's just not good enough is the thing. Like, unironically, there's not that many crazy things you can do with Last Will in GOAT format. So I don't think it can count. I think the cards need to be so good on their own that they are like staples in every old format that they were legal in. I think Change of Heart counts. Maybe even Chaos Emperor Dragon. Okay. All right, we've sorted Edison by old and new, and we've sorted out the other formats. I'm gonna be honest with you. I think that's gonna be enough for today with the Edison sorting. I don't think I want to go further than that because I have I have plans for dinner today. I want to take my mom out to dinner because I promised her that for Mother's Day, and I still haven't gotten around to doing that, and we wanted to do that today. So I don't want to be late for that. I think that's fine though. I think this already helps a ton when I built an Edison deck. All right, guys, that was a lot of fun. There's like 30 questions left. I might go over them at some point. I might look through and search out some interesting questions to make sure that everything gets answered. I hope you enjoyed the stream. It was definitely necessary. I had a good time. It was a chill stream. I hope you enjoyed it. Thank you all for tuning in. I hope you had a good time, and I'll see where I can send you guys now. Let me see. Oh, Gage is live. Let me send you guys over to Gage. Haven't rated Gage in a long time. All right. Yeah, it was a little bit different of a stream. I hope you enjoyed it. Still, I had a good time. Hope you have a wonderful rest of your day. Thank you for watching. Thank you for all the support. And I'll see you guys tomorrow for the Challenger Cup stream, and then on the weekend for the YCS streams. So yeah, I'll see you guys then.